Hello and welcome everyone once again to PMPL Pakistan Spring Season 2023. I'm your host Anna Aiden and again I'm joined by the very beloved Ehsan. How are you doing, buddy?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this warm welcome. And yet again, guys, as we promised yesterday, we are back with the action of PMPL Pakistan 2023, and this is day 5 of week 1.
Yep.
And as we promised, this is an extensive day, Anna, and just share the surprise with our audience what we are about to see in the coming matches.
Well, we are going to have the regular schedule, but then other than that, we will have an additional map of Vikendi at the end, which will only be played by the top 12 teams all through the roster, and that is going to be the bonus match for them. It's going to be very exciting. I mean, I am excited to see these teams go ahead and perform on a map that we haven't seen so far, at least with these teams, and that's just something I'm looking forward to very, very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be a nostalgic moment for all those audiences, especially fans like me who've been witnessing all this action since 2019. It's been a long time. We have seen Vikendi being played by all these teams. But talking about the overall schedule, guys, PMPL Pakistan 2023 has been a shorter format this time. We have 2 weeks for the league stages, and distribution of those weeks is on your screen. First week, as we are on Sunday, 26th of March. And from next week, Tuesday, we'll start a league stage of week 2, and the finale will happen in the 3rd week. That will be the 2nd week of April on 7, 8 and 9. So top 16 teams from this league stage will eventually go for that prize pool, which will be shown in the next graphic as well. So it's a big number, Ehana, and teams are excited. Also, the fans are excited. Who is gonna get the grab of the biggest chunk of this money?
Absolutely. And I mean, this is not a tiny amount. This is definitely a huge one. So obviously there's a lot at stake and our players will be more than ready to go ahead and take this up. However, in the leaderboards, we are seeing a lot of teams being trailed behind. But then these are the points that they can look at and actually, make sure that they are able to climb back up, crawl their way back into the match to make themselves, a possible contender of the first position. And these are the bonus points that are going to be given to our players, and I would like you to go ahead and explain this further in detail. You're better at explanations
Yeah,
than me.
yeah, it's been a confusion for most of the viewers, because bonus points is a new thing introduced in the
Exactly.
previous season of PMPL Pakistan. On your overall ranking on the leaderboard, you will get weekly bonuses. So at first week end, like on today, at the end of the week, whatever position you're on, you will get the bonus points accordingly as it's distributed in the chart. And also when you will finish the league play, the 2 weeks league play, you will get the bonus points as well. So both of these total bonus points will give you a head start in finale, and I believe for the teams who are performing better in league stage, it will be a very good opportunity to start with this kind of a soft space, with this kind of I can say a safe space to start with, so they can improvise, they can go for those clutches, they can go for those aggressive fights. But talking about the point structure, guys, there have been changes, there have been new things introduced, and this time around we have a different point system in which we have 10 points for the chicken dinner. So chicken dinner, before it used to be very costly, now it's just 10 points. But now we have a huge difference between first position and second position. That is 6 points for a runner-up for the match. Third will get 5 positional points. So more of the focus of teams and also the players is now on fragging, Ihana, and I believe this is good for the audiences out there.
Absolutely. However, I do feel like the bonus points are gonna give the players quite a wiggle room going into the finals, and not only that, it will give them a lot of room for experimentation. If they're already in a cushioned, safe zone, considering the bonus points, they might just be able to go ahead and grab that, opportunity to go ahead and experiment with new strats, with new, playing skills, and go ahead and make that a prominent start, and also catch the teams by surprise in the meanwhile.
Yeah, that's a good point you put forward. I believe, Ehana, this way teams will have this peace of mind that even some things don't work out, they have plenty of points stacked up, and they will never start from zero. They have something to start with, and that's something again give you the confidence in the battlefield that you can experiment, you can go for those aggressive stances and whatnot. But talking about this particular page, guys, Seventh Element is right on top, 147. Magnus
Still.
Esports did a wonderful wonderful job yesterday and managed to close it out for them and rest of the teams down below. But situations are getting worse for teams that are below 16 spot. Again, guys, mentioning 16 spot, top 16 will qualify for the finale. But the extra match that we were talking about earlier, only top 12 teams will show up there. So that you have to be in top 12, otherwise you will miss that nostalgic moment of playing a Vikendi against all these teams. But teams like teams.The, team Faulty Devils, they have good numbers. They can dethrone 52 Esports and 141 officials in the meanwhile. And at the same time, the things are not working out for Hellraisers and Team Negative. Yesterday, Hellraisers kind of they show some more consistency in the numbers every game, but again, placement points is a big trouble for them.
Absolutely. And I feel like for the bonus match that is going to happen, there is still a shot for Team H2E and the Grounders, because they're still in the line of 80s and they might be able to just, make their way through to the 11th or the 12th. But it does not feel like there's going to be enough opportunity for the ones behind them. Like all the way from 15th to 20th, these teams are going to have a really hard time. I do have hopes from the side of 141 official to just go ahead and make a big jump in their numbers, but the other teams haven't given me enough confidence to go ahead and say that, okay, yeah, these teams can actually make it to the top 12 by the end of the day. That's just looking really, really difficult, considering they're all the way trailing in the low 60s.
Absolutely agree, and that's the whole situation right here, because there's been a lot of randomization in the placement point category, because we're seeing one team on 17th or I believe so 16th spot, they have only 7 placement points, which
Yep.
is not something good overall in your performance. This shows you're lacking in the survival strats, and whatever happens, you're good with fragging, you're getting early eliminations on opposition, but still if you're not surviving till the final circles, the chances of getting those quality 10 placement points or at least 6 or 5 placement points are just getting minimized with every second passed. And as soon as you will leave the battleground, as soon as you're the one leaving other behind, that's going to be a mess for you, and also it will be a big task for you ahead to cover up.
Absolutely. However, before we start the day, we should definitely take a look at the video that we have for our audience, because they do have some interesting festivities going on in your region, and I am very excited to see
Yes,
how it's going.
क्या
let's
बात
go,
है
guys.
बच्चों, दिल जीतने वाली गेम खेल गए।
तो आंटी आपके साथ भी एक स्क्वाड अप हो जाए।
हाँ आ जाओ।
इस रमजान अपने स्क्वाड की गेम से बनो किसी की भलाई का मजबूत जरिया और खेलो सिर्फ दिल जीतने के लिए।
So yeah,
so
this
make sure, guys. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, it is your festival, but this time I want to do this one. So hold back,
Yeah,
Ehsan,
sure.
hold back. All right, so this Ramzan, guys, do make sure to squad up with your friends and lend the support while you play the game to win hearts.
Yeah, as the auntie said, you're playing the game to win the hearts, and that's what you can do with PUBG Mobile. Squad up. Make sure you spread the kindness. Make sure you spread what you have with you, with others who are somewhat less blessed than you. So it's all about sharing your blessings. But again, guys, it's another day, a fresh start to the day, and schedule. We'll look at the schedule as well. But as we were mentioning earlier, it's a long day for you guys. So buckle up. We will be witnessing 6 matches today, and we'll start from Miramar. Starting from the South American deserts, and eventually getting into Erangel, then again to Miramar, and we'll have a fast-paced Sanhok. And talking about Sanhok, it really abrupts the flow of teams, especially it gives you a spiced up version of the gameplay. And also we'll go back to Erangel then, and then the chilly breezes of Vikendi are waiting for top 12 teams today for PMPL Pakistan League Play Week 1. So again, it's a very important day and a very memorable one, and I'm really looking forward, Ehana, to that final match of the day.
Absolutely, that is definitely the cherry on the top. But however, we do have to see who takes the cake first, because the first 5 matches are going to be very decisive in how the rankings, shift around on the leaderboard. Even though there's a lot of wiggle room for a couple of teams on the leaderboard, it feels like if they do not maintain their throne, they're really going to be in a lot of trouble. It felt like Seventh Element was just laying back yesterday, or they were not having the best days. it did not, reflect on their scoreboard the kind of lead they had already built for themselves. They're only like three or 2 points ahead of Magnus now, and I felt like a lot of teams just stepped up their game way too much. Like Magnus showed a kind of game that we weren't expecting. They do have great history, but in this tournament, they hadn't performed the way they did yesterday. And even Quantum Rage literally won the hearts yesterday.
Yeah, it was, and I was being shared one of the stats. Senior QR Senior is the only player ever in PMPL or even PUBG Mobile history of Pakistan region to score 13 individual kills in a single match. So it's a big breakthrough for QR and a big confidence booster for them. But let's see what kind of confidence they have for this particular match. Day 5, match 21. And we are starting with Miramar, guys. And as we know, it's a big map, extensive map. You have plenty of room to loot, plenty of room to just look for a safe space for yourself initially. And moving forward, just deploy your strats, let your team member know what you guys are up to and what kind of strategy we're going to look into this battlefield. But talking about this particular plane path, Yana, is kind of a more northern favoring plane path, slightly diagonal, cutting out San Martin and Hacienda in between, and then Junkyard and Minas Generales as well. So we are pointing toward the eastern coast of Miramar, especially the areas of Impala, very important areas. I'm expecting a first circle could be, and totally on the center of the circle or center of the map, or maybe we can see a Lostly on center circle. But let's see. I'm hoping for the best, but most of these teams will have a hard time moving south with this particular plane path.
Absolutely. And I mean, there are teams who are also going to be disappointed with this plane path, because I know there's a couple of teams that do like to go to prison and Los Egos. There are a couple of teams that do like to, make their presence in Chumacera. So they're all going to have to like either glide a lot or find a vehicle and make their way through. But yeah, completely opposite to whatever we were expecting. The circle comes in with another surprise, making the center almost close to La Giela. I feel like this is just going to be slightly difficult, specifically for the teams that chose to go northeast.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were expecting, Los Leon's centered circle is slightly better, but the terrain, especially on the southern side of Landrela and Chumacera, is very difficult to maneuver. Your vehicles get stuck, so most of the teams will have a hard time, especially if there is a hard shift south moving into the circle. But let's see, these things make things more exciting for the viewers. For the once the teams are in difficulties out there, the fans, they're just loving it. They like to see the ambushes.
Yeah.
They like to see those teams getting thrashed while on rotation. But talking about this particular circle, I feel like it will close somewhere around Monte Nuevo or maybe south side of El Pozo, because these are the areas which are kind of more favored toward circle shifts. And H2E and Team TG, they are placed pretty nicely, especially in this first circle particularly. But Team Tough, they're spread out, they're looking for those vehicles. One of the guys, I believe Tough Jokers, have got a vehicle. Edgar is moving toward their top location, Chumacera. Aegon XI8, they are pretty situated in Los Leones. We are not seeing that same mistake by Negatives.
Yeah.
I believe Negatives is not playing in this particular match. Yeah, this is group E is sitting outside. But overall, Team HR, the ones they were committing mistakes, getting early drop clashes, they're not doing that today. So I'm seeing a lot of different changes on the first map, and I hope these changes work well for all these teams.
Absolutely. I'm seeing Team NES being very, very scattered, and that's just something that's looking a little bit suspicious to me. I mean, it's not going to be a great result doing that. However, it feels like they were completely alone in that terrain, so it's not going to be costing them much. And actually, it is going to give them beneficial results as of now. But once they start moving in, if they're not close in together, they might be facing the grounders, and the grounders do have a bone to break with these teams. So they would definitely want to make sure that they capitalize on that, because the grounders are very, very close to actually making it to the top 12. So their eye will definitely be on all of those elimination points alongside the placement points that can be attained through the process.
The funny thing is, I would like to correct myself. Negative Esports is still in the mix,
Yeah.
and they haven't made that mistake which we were discussing yesterday. This time around, they dropped themselves in La Cobriere, which is a very good move. Initially, you have this peace of mind to loot and just equip yourself, be prepared for the tough times coming ahead. But talking about the Grounders, they have this map under their belt most of the times, and it's a strong map for them. And if they start good, if they eventually eye themselves for the first page, at least top 10, or maybe at least get into top 12, get some extra bonus points. As we know, the standing of the final match will also affect your overall standing, so you have to make sure you get the better out of that match and eventually get more bonus points, because even a single point can help you qualify and give you a better head start. And eventually we have seen champions in making with only 1 point, so all these factors should be under consideration. And teams like the ones who are eyeing for the top 12 position, I would suggest them to eye for at least first page, because top 12 is risky. There are many contenders out there looking for the top 12 position, and even if you get a one bad match, it's done and dusted for you. You won't be able to make it there.
Absolutely. All the way from 11 to 15, there's a lot of competition going on. And I mean, out of 5, if there's only 2 positions that can be acquired, it's difficult. It's difficult to make sure that you're going to stay there at the end of all the 5 matches that are to be played today, and in which you only have 4. Imagine this: you have a great performance going on for all 4 matches that you did play. Then the other team plays 1 match which you weren't playing, and then they just capitalize way more on that. That can literally, throw you off of the top 12. So yes, as you mentioned before, Asan, it feels like going for the first page is the better, idea. It gives you a good cushioning. It gives you a good room to wiggle around in, and even pass by if you have like 1 bad match, even though that's not something they should be relying on.
Again, very clinical points being passed over by you, and anyone out of these teams, management or someone if listening, this is the way to go, especially when there are no more extra weeks for the league play. You have only 2 weeks to play, and starting out, and if you're missing your matches, you're making those mistakes again and again, especially if you have messed up your whole week, it will be difficult for you to catch up. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which position you qualified on. You just have to make sure that you are in top 16 and get those bonus points, get those extra points that can help you to at least get you a good start in the finales. And
Exactly.
some things can work out on those days. Sometimes you have the good days, and there is a fair chance that you'll eventually get something out of it. But we have Team Hellraisers against Team Star. They somehow managed to get 2 players knocked down on the side of Star. One of the players is getting revived, but still the whole situation is pretty open for Team Hellraisers. The delay that is happening, especially by the guys of HR, the unwillingness to go for the push and slowing it down is really going to create the problem for them. But HR going for the right move, for the right warehouse, where Zyroja is already knocked out, and possibly they will flush their kill as well. On the other side, Team HR getting their first player knocked out. This should be quick. This should be pretty fast from the side of Team HR, otherwise it will be too late. Star Fury on the other side getting damage from the players of HR tier, but Fury threw the nade and killed his own player. The kill which Team Hellraiser was eyeing for, just trying to confirm that kill. Fury did the job for them, but it's Star versus Team HR, 3 versus 4 situation. Star have to do some wonders here. Now Team Hellraisers, whatever, is pushing forward. Now another player is down. Team Star is down to 2 men standing, and it's getting difficult. Star Fury with low on HP, he has to push, but Miracle on that position will give some damage to team players, and eventually Star will get something out of this worst situation that they are dealing in. But Fury is also down. It's down to Miracle. It's a 1v3 situation, and I'm seeing Team Star leaving for the lobby, because now the position is revealed. There is no way to go. He cannot leave that compound, and it's just a matter of few seconds that the Team HR will push in and clear the mess out for themselves.
Absolutely. I am seeing a resistance coming in from the side of Team HR though, because that was a very beautiful molly. It landed literally on the stairs, and it was going to make sure that Team Star Miracle does not get an opportunity to go back up. He was going to be stuck on the lower ground itself. So it was a great moment to push in for. But well, they did hold back a little, trying to reset all of their players, and that just shows a little bit of underconfidence on the basis of their gun game. However, it feels like they are gonna be finding themselves in a more difficult position right now. But okay, they do go ahead, get the kill. It did make sense because they were like 3v1. But yeah, I mean, Team HR, they could have been a little more quicker to this one.
Yeah, they should have been, but losing their player HRT here, which is not a good move. They were in total control, and even in a situation where they're in total control, they're leaving their players like this and not giving the right support, and eventually losing that player. The guy was getting flushed right in front of his teammate, and the guy didn't even bother to spray. But anyhow, the result at the end is good. They have 4 eliminations in their back, which is a good start. But they just got themselves handicapped for the rest of the match. Now they have to deal every fight in a 3v4 situation, and if they will be lucky, they might come across any squad with the less than of a person advantage. But overall, I'm seeing HR just going for the survival strats. But now this whole area is kind of feeling the heat, which HR have just started. Now Team QWERTY, they are just moving in. They are looking for that opportunity to just find something moving and shoot at that and eventually get some frag numbers for them. They managed to get one of the players from Negative Esports. The guy was wandering alone. It is not a good time. It's not a good time to move around like this, because everyone is on the move and you can get caught in the mix. But Negative Esports, they still have to learn. They still have to learn from their mistakes. The mistake that they're making, they're paying a big cost for that.
Absolutely, and it feels like they're still on the phase of experimentation, and I feel like all of your experiments, they need to happen in like scrims or something now, because this is too far beyond into the series for you to be going ahead and experimenting, because I do not see them sticking to a single drop location. They went to La Vendetta, they went to Impala, they went to Los Leones. This time they tried to go to La Cobreria. Like, I mean, you have different drop locations, you're trying to find the best thing. Okay, I get it, you're learning from your mistakes, but then how many more mistakes are you creating in the process of learning? That's definitely a cost you're paying for the team. But then, I mean, it just seems like they don't have a single team they can pick that they can drop with and win the fight against. I mean, that resistance, that fear is literally displayed in the gameplay of the last 5 teams that are on the leaderboard. We saw it coming in from the side of Hellraisers as well. We are seeing it coming in from the side of Negatives as well. And all that results in is loss of players. And that loss of players definitely, as you said, handicaps them for the rest of the match. And it just becomes a much more difficult situation from then than it already is.
Yeah, it's so true. As every team is looking for the chicken dinner. It's not all about getting one of the squads eliminated, just doing the squad wipe and stuff. But on the other side, on the contrary, you have to make sure that you survive for enough time that you will eventually be a contender for that final fight, for that final chicken dinner, because the glory is in the chicken dinner. Nobody remembers you if you get eliminated after like the first or second stage. It's all about who stays alive till the final final bullet and final exchange of fires, and that's what Team HR have to realize. Otherwise it will be difficult for them. But Team Magnus Esports, they are getting a lot of damage. 3 of their players are down, and Team QWERTY, they have also joined into the fight. Negative Esports, somehow every time they are against any team in a fight, they get some assistance from the lobby, but this assistance is not helping them out. It's just kind of detrimental for them overall, and it is against their self-sustenance. But they have to make sure that every time when they indulge in a fight, they clean up that mess. They just pick all the frags. They don't let other vultures, I would say, to go for that low-hanging fruit, easy pickings. But Negative Esports, 1 elimination in the backpack, 2 of their players are down. A good start, I wouldn't say it, but again, dispersed. The same mistake. 1 player is somewhere in the map, few hundred meters away from the other player, and again, having not a support in initial phase of the games, it really hurts you. And there you go. I believe Buzzard will also taste some lead in his back, I would say. He's not getting peppered on the head, but still he's getting some damage from far away.
Yep, that definitely is happening. And alongside, I do wanna reiterate on the performance of Magnus Esports. This has been a very terrible start coming in from their side, to be very honest, because again, Drolin was being completely negligent about the players around him. He got himself knocked, and in the process of reviving him, Magnus lost two other players. It's literally two men standing, and out of them, one is already on his knees. Even if he gets back on his feet, there are a couple of teams, eyeing for that position now. There's Team Negatives, there's Team QWERTY. Both of them are trying to push in towards them, and this is just getting more and more difficult for Magnus Esports. I mean, coming up all the way to a position where you're literally about to dethrone a team and then just losing like this. I mean, if in this match they take no points at all, they'll be at a great loss, because this is their big chance of actually
Yep.
dethroning Seventh Element, because Seventh Element is not even playing this map. Like, the overall leaderboard that shows up after this one could definitely have their name on top, but it just seems like they're not in a position to make any good out of this.
Yeah, but Magnus Esports on the other side, they will look for those, elimination points that Negative Esport has to offer. But Buzzet, the guy is busy saving himself. He won't be able to support his teammate during this, bombardment of utility. And there you go, Buzzet getting taken down from Negative Esports. I believe it was from Magnus Esports. Now Magnus will push forward. Dolin is full on HP. Guru Boy, he's just trying to save himself in this tough situation. But talking about this particular situation, we are seeing there are a lot of teams eyeing for that very warehouse. Team QWERTY is nearby, but there is a full-fledged fight breaking down between Team Freestyle and Team Tough. Haji with that utility can give some damage to Black, and this guy's just tracking Black with that utility. He was just waiting the moment it will be the right second, the right cooking time. The moment where Gordon Ramsay will be happy with him with the right cooked grenade, he will just throw it toward FS Black. But FS Black, the guy is good. The guy is good with the moves, and he managed to put himself behind hard cover, and that's where the whole situation will start. But a good nade, slight delay on the nade. It was not well cooked. It will just cut off his mask in the Master Chef. But FS Black, eventually someone else did the job, and Joker got the best out of the situation and got Black on his knees.
Well, definitely Joker did go on his knees, but right now freestylers, they are looking like they might not have enough opportunity to, go ahead and make sure that they survive through this one, because there's a lot of chaos going on around them. And look at that one. Tough is gonna be punching in, and okay, they are able to manage one knock, but that's not gonna result in much. There's another knock coming in from the side of TUF, and they will have enough time to even revive their knocked member. It's just not looking good for freestylers. They're losing players one after the other, and it's only one remaining and no frags to their name.
Yeah, but the bad news is Team Tough is getting knocks from Aegon XI8 as well. Haji got knocked, and in the process, Aegon also got treated with some of the medicine they were just serving to the players of Team Tough. And I8 also have one of their players down. Falak could possibly be the second one, but Joker, they have no pressure from the blue. They can wait for some time, and Joker will confirm the kill, will get back into the hard cover as well. But Falak's position is also compromised. Haji, unfortunately the guy bleeded out, and now is down to 2 versus 3, I believe. So 2 versus 1. Falak is the final surviving player, and M7 is pushing forward. Joker is on the cover fire, and the moment Falak will try to be, more of proactive in this very situation, Team Tough will get that elimination. But Team Babalu, this is kind of a chain reaction happening in this midst, and within no time we have 2 of our teams getting eliminated. And this time around is Team Tough and Team Aegon XI8. So not a good start for both of these big names, but eventually it's Miramar. This is how it treats you whenever you disrespect the blue zone or disrespect the teams openly and just leave your hard cover. But it is what it is, and I'm hoping that from now on forward we'll have a slow pace match going for like 2 or 3 stages.
Well, I'm expecting the same, but look at that. The faulty devils, they are still in the crosshairs of 3x, and 3x is no game. They are playing a game, but they are no game to be messed with. I mean, they are really on spot when it comes to the fight. They have shown it time and again. However, they do fail sometimes, but those times, this does not look like it's one of those times. The 40 Devils, good choice. They are trying to, move out of here as quickly as possible. They know they do not have the altitude advantage. They know they do not have the weaponry advantage either. So they are gonna, try and make sure that they are able to evade from a fight that they cannot pick. But 3x, they're surrounded by two other teams around. So if the push comes to shove, they might just get third and fourth partied at the same time.
Yes, it's tricky place to hold, especially if you're on the ridges, and if you're on a high ridge, it's difficult because if blue zone is right next door, it will be difficult for you to move. The moment you're descending from those high peaks, everybody can have a good view of you, and they will choose the place where they have to shoot you. But on the contrary, we are seeing Team 3x. They have a vision for themselves as well. Every team entering from the eastern side, they can have a broader vision on them, and that's what we saw in the case of XG. Somewhat these guys are lucky. Sometimes I see the way these guys drive their vehicles. They mostly don't get thrashed. But on the other side, Team TFD taking down one of the players from Team QWERTY. Team QWERTY losing players right and left, and this time around, Top G will also leave for the lobby, and the final player of Team QWERTY is still surviving, and we have to just see which one of those players it is. But we are seeing two solos in the mix. We have Freestyle Fezzy, and now we have another player from QWERTY as well. Team Bablu also getting some damage from XGeneration. XGeneration want to clear out this side of the circle as well, but the whole situation is getting worse for Team Bablu and XGeneration both, because they are right on the edge of the circle, and possibly the circle will move up northwest slightly, and that's where Team Bablu will have a problem getting into the circle.
Absolutely. I do have a question for you though, Ehsan, from XGeneration. Sharp, is that Shamir boy?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay, so then we know that the team has come with the best in the team already, so that does give them an advantage. I mean, Shamir boy and Hunter, the way these two collab, the way these two actually go ahead and capitalize every single situation
Look
they're
at this.
in. Again, same two people, Shab and Hunter. I mean,
Yes.
they proved my point. They proved my point.
Reviews is also getting eliminated, and this guy got eliminated from NES. NES also picked the final one, and so the threat for XG is just totally evaded. They have no one close by that they can fear of. But in the kill feed, we are seeing Team HR's whatever getting eliminated. H2E will take that frag for themselves, and now HR is left with two players. So what we were fearing about them is somewhat becoming true for them, and that's what we are seeing now. HR is just another handicapped duo, which is just anxiously waiting for the time they can appear in the final circles. But Team QWERTY's Wolverine, this guy is again, I would tell you, this guy is an IQ guy. HR guys should be slightly more conscious around him. But there's a big threat uphill. That's H2E. H2E will have a better vision on QWERTY Wolverine.
Well, definitely we will be seeing a really what do you say, indecisive match coming
Yes,
in,
look at
because see, Nightmare is also eyeing on HR, Wolverine is also eyeing on HR, and H2E, the whole squad is eyeing on HR right now. And we know how Nightmare is. You can deal all the damage you want, he'll just come in for the last one bullet and just take the frag away from you, and that's just something he masters the skill of. So I would
Look
be
at
keeping myself steered clear of this guy, because I wouldn't want
See,
to get my
told you.
frags taken or something. Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
told you. Oh shit.
this is
It is what it is, but unfortunately, Wolverine did his job. Wolverine did his job. This guy is just talented, in dealing with this kind of situation. Whether it's a full-fledged squad, it's a duo, this guy can handle it all. So, again, big GG's to QWERTY Wolverine, the way he finished the final two players. The guy is sneaky, the guy has big brains. He knocked one player with a utility, second one he just sprayed him out, sprayed the soul out of that guy, and eventually making him leave for the lobby. But HR, again, close to the average performance, 4 points in this match as well. I would say they will get at least, or maybe 0 placement points, but they have 4 elimination points, which they are doing well so far for themselves. But NES and XGeneration is time. XGeneration, they have somewhat decided this is the day to just pull off those switches which they were having on the day one, and now they're performing pretty good. NES Mars, while he was trying to eject from this vehicle. Unfortunately, drop down, and this kill will also get served to Team XGeneration.
Absolutely. I mean, Thug is just trying to announce that he is nobody to be underestimated. We keep talking about Hunter and Shap from the side of XGeneration, and now we have to shift our focus to Thug because he's doing a great job for the team. Already has 7 frags to his name out of the 8 that the team has collectively accumulated. So definitely doing the job that he has been assigned and doing it well enough. But H2E, are they gonna have a surviving shot here? Because NES definitely have only 2 players to their team right now, and Hunter is not even giving them a shot at survival. Look at that, Arif already on his knees, very soon gonna be inside the ground. But is it gonna be a frag that XGeneration is able to confirm, or will another team just go ahead and make it their point overall? Ooh.
Yeah, H2E will do the job, and we have Vengeance playing today. Kian from H2E, another guy. H2E today they have Tarzan and Kian both on the front end, which I believe will bring some results in for the team as well. But they have a strong squad playing today. Rex is playing phenomenally, especially in the last few games, as I have noticed. So the only thing just we have to see is us stepping up, and H2E will be another squad hard to mess with. But H2E on the other side, they are getting scoped in from the side of XGeneration. XGeneration seems like they have a plan in their mind, and so far the execution is going pretty well for them. All of their 4 players are surviving. Psycho is slightly low on HP, but he will heal up himself. But H2E Asad can get a headshot. This guy is giving damage, and there you go. Look at that. Look at the way this guy is picking eliminations, especially Thug with that pixels, single shots, stab shots, and eventually taking 2 of the players down from H2E. H2E, after having a very good wipe against NES, now they are losing players, which is not a good sight for them. They have to revive their players ASAP, because before they have to revive the players, they have to make sure that they scout the whole area in front where they're about to leave for, and just place themselves wisely so they don't get third parties in the very situation. But Team TG with 3 of their players now have kind of a even situation for themselves again. XG is closing in. They know this edging compound on the circle will have a very good chance for them to survive in this open circle, and they will do anything for that, Ehana.
Absolutely, they are trying to regroup so that they have all of their men close enough to provide the revival whenever it's needed. But right now it seems like they are going to be running on a lower HP count compared to the opponents that they are facing, which is the grounders. And the grounders, they are not stopping with the utilities. There's a constant rain shower of nades coming in from the side of the grounders. They're using molotovs, they're using grenades. It's all the throwables getting tossed right on the face of XG, and they are just not being able to invest in the fight other than revive their knocked players. Because I saw a couple knocked earlier, they were revived, brought back to a good 75 HP. Then you see another knock coming in. They're just being forced to use up all of their healings. But in the meanwhile, 3X is suffering. It's rare to see 3X suffer, but that is exactly what's happened right now.
Yeah, it's a tough terrain to actually take a fight on. It's difficult for Team TFD as well, but TFD is doing a wonderful job. But another player down, and that's what it's helping Team 3X to push forward. But eventually TFD will leave for the lobby. They've been just evicted, given the eviction notice on time. But it's 8th phase of the game. XG, they are pushing forward. Team TG also low on HP, and Hunter is right next door. But Hunter will also get taken down. Chup is also down and is down to Psycho, and the third party will come in.
Wow.
H2E had their attention on this situation, and now it will give some time to Team TG to reset as well. So it's a 3 versus 4 situation. 3X is another squad, full-fledged. 4 of the players are surviving. They have the edge of the circle, and all of the attention of both of these teams uphill is on Team TG. So it will be difficult for Team TG if the circle leaves them, but they're wishing that the circle comes toward them. Otherwise it will be difficult for them to move into the open and eventually take fight, because either way, wherever side they choose, it will be difficult for them to hold on to, because the opposition will make sure that they're third party in the situation. But Team 3X getting knocked out. Two of their players are down, and this is where the situation will get difficult for them. Team 3X H2E is pushing forward. It's a 2v2 situation at this front, but revival is happening. So it's technically speaking, it's a 1v1 against a 1v2 against comeback, and Asad is dropping those utilities at the right time, just minimizing the audio cues. This will help them actually to push forward, but comeback with his UMP is trying his best, taking one player down, second down, but two of the front end Zolters went in and did the job for the team, and eventually H2E will see the face of that chicken dinner. Is kind of an pretty evident now that Team H2E with that kind of merit want to eventually grab their their first leg piece of the day.
Absolutely, they might very well, secure the chicken dinner, and it would be a great start to our fifth day because we haven't seen H2E even on the first page so far. So them going ahead and making sure that they get the chicken is really gonna be a huge news for the guys and the fans that follow the team. But right now, the grounders, they are looking very concentrated onto the one single compound that they have in hand. It's just gonna be two players from their side. And once the nades start getting bombarded onto them, it's gonna become more and more difficult. Like they utilized all of theirs onto XGeneration, and look at that. Just as soon as it was time for them to actually invest in a fight, the moment they got out, they were picked out. And I mean, getting out of the compound literally means getting out of the map, because now it's a legit 3v1. How much can we expect here?
Yeah, it's just a few more seconds for Evil Boy just to enjoy the last breath of Miramar, but eventually H2E will get the better of him, and that's what you do when you play with a plan. H2E with the right plan, right mindset, eventually got their first winner chicken dinner of PMPL Pakistan. It's not that late, but it's late for the week. It's the final day, and you have to show up on time, otherwise it will be too late for you. And this chicken dinner will definitely strengthen their position in top 12 as well. It will be a massive push for them, and a massive sigh of relief as well. But winner chicken dinner goes to Team H2E with 12 eliminations, and overall they are now on 8 spots, so they jump from second page to the first page. Good number of damage. I would say as a team number, it's a big damage. 2234 damage they have dealt on the opposition, but 22 points really helped them just swiftly cruise toward the first page, avoiding that situation of making up to the top 12 guys. But guys, we will discuss this in detail after a short break. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back. Welcome back guys, and after being a background noise, I would say, or a voice, we are back with the faces on this fresh desk of PMPL Pakistan day 5 week 1, and alongside me it's Ehana again. You guys been listening to her throughout the match. It's a difficult situation, I can understand, but it is what it is, guys. But talking about this, Ehana, what do you make of this great victory from H2E in the first match of the day?
I am proud, and my expectations for the day have increased surmountably, because I did not expect a new team to show up now that we are this far into the game, but they did. And not only did they show up, they actually showed up with the greatest strength that they could bring to the table. Like 12 eliminations is not a joke. I mean, they made sure that they were not only in the top 12, like we discussed earlier, they made sure that they were on the first page nonetheless. So I'm very happy with the achievements that they have acquired.
Yeah, I totally agree. But again, a very notable performance by Team XGeneration Thug with 7 eliminations, so getting the well-deserving title of MVP of this particular match. 1167 individual damage, 1 assist, 9 knockouts, and only 145 healing done. So XGeneration, they were having a time of their day so far, I would say, of this league in this first match. But the moment the winds of favor shifted toward TG, toward 3x. It was difficult for them to hold on to any piece of land they can acquire in the coming circle. Especially, stage 7 was difficult task for them. But let's move towards the top player of the game. Top players, I'm pretty sure
Wow.
most of them will be from H2E, but TG, Evil Boy, the guy made his mark with 440 damage, 4 eliminations. Asad, as we were asking him to step up, he definitely stepped up and delivered a very good performance with 583 damage, 5 key eliminations for his team here, Ehana. So things are working out for the some of these teams which were struggling to, just deal those finishing touches. But this time around, H2E did the wonders for themselves.
Absolutely, and I am very, surprised as well as amazed by their performance nonetheless. Because even though they had all 4 men standing, it was very rarely that we were talking about this team going all the way to the final circles, because it just did not evidently show up in their previous games. But the way they did it very on point. And as you said, it was the game that was planned, calculated, and executed accordingly. And if they do not have any mishaps according to their plan, they do go ahead and actually show the best of themselves. And if they're able to continue with this momentum, they might very well reach in top 5. That would really give them a good boost towards the weekly bonuses. However, looking at the match summary, Thug has just acquired the highest damage as well as highest eliminations for himself. And I just keep feeling bad for XGeneration overall. They do perform great, but then there's no chickens to their name still.
Acceleration, the way they start the game, it looks like they're gonna dominate the whole lobby and eventually will grab that chicken dinner for themselves. But teams which are kind of more based in their positions, more based with their game plan, and already have a blueprint of the kind of strategy or plans they have to execute. They tend to be surviving at the end of the day, which in this case H2E was pretty placed on that specific position for a long time, and it shows they weren't kind of I can say that in a hurry. They weren't just jumping around looking for kills. They weren't desperate enough, but with having that based mentality, based mindset, they still managed to get the chicken dinner for themselves. Just making the right moves at the right time. But moving toward this match ranking, first page, as we guys noticed, wonderful performances by XGeneration, Team 3X, Team TG, Team H2E. But on the second page, things are now working out for Team Negatives. Team HR had a difficulty to at least manage to get only 4 points. Talking about Aegon XI8, 2 elimination points only on Team Tough, and rest of the whole team got third partied, and also the final player got eliminated from Team Tough as well. So Miramar, not the one we were expecting, but as we were expecting a new moon to shine, we have H2E for us, the new heroes for the Miramar this time around.
Absolutely, and I am gonna be keeping my eye out for the time that they play Miramar again, as we do have 2 maps of Miramar coming in today, and it's gonna be a great one to watch. Because again, as we see, Miramar claims to be one of the maps where we do get to see new contenders every single time. It's hardly a single team going on for repeated victories on Miramar, so I feel like that's a golden opportunity for our players to go ahead and make their mark. And look at that, there it is, Magnus Esports. Finally,
Yeah.
someone beating Seventh Element. Proud, happy, but well, Seventh Element is literally on second number, and as I always keep saying, they still haven't played a match. They're literally a match behind all of the teams. So this is literally a 4 point difference. I think they will be able to cover it up.
Yeah, it's no big deal for Seventh Element. They tend to survive. They like to play those long games, and I'm pretty hopeful and fingers crossed. I believe Seventh Element will eventually get their first spot after the coming match. But talking about another anomaly on the first page, that's Team Regicide with 16 matches as well. So even Aegon XI8 with having a bad match, they can get replaced by R3G with a kind of an average match if they play in this coming one. But talking about the second page, the Grounders, they are on the 11th spot. So as we were expecting, they just changed the momentum and eventually got the best out of this particular first map of the day. And talking about Team Bublu, now they are on the verge of pushing to, getting pushed toward the lower 8 ranks, moving from 13th to 20th onward. But Team Negatives, they are still on the 20th. Team Hellraisers, a slight improvement, but 45 points. Again, no more placement points, no extra placement points. They had 7 placement points previously, and still they have 7. And same for Team Star as well. So both of the teams that are struggling, they are just somehow bumping into each other every now and then. Previously, in the previous match, we saw Team Star getting eliminated from the side of HR. But the only thing which I felt like is kind of holding back HR is their half-mindedness into the pushes. The way they were delaying the whole thing, and also end up losing one of their player. It's kind of becoming a weakness for them in full-fledged 4v4 fights.
Absolutely. I feel like they do need a lot more metal coming into the game. But yeah, I have expectations from all the teams that are above 15 to make their way into the top 12 because they're not that far away. And I do feel like 1for1 officials, if they do get one good match, they will be able to secure themselves another dinner and, make their way back into the top 12. However, anywhere beyond that, still nada. You gotta impress me to make me even say that, okay, yeah, you have a shot. I mean, I am unimpressed by all the teams below 15. They are just not performing. Even actually, 1for1 official is very close to them in the overall points, but they do have a dinner. So I feel like when it's time, they do, make sure that they're shining bright. So I do have hopes from them, but everyone else is just trailing way far behind.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it doesn't matter even if you have a chicken dinner. If you're losing out,
Yeah.
if you're not making those plays which you promised to deliver, at the end of the day, you will get kind of hindsighted by the fans, by the spectators out there. They will stop expecting great things from you, and eventually the whole, the boiling point that you have just set for yourself in the whole lobby, it will, go down, and eventually, you will be, I would say, pretty much hidden somewhere in the history books. So, talking about the day forward, we have our schedule on our screen, guys. Moving toward our second match of the day, and that will be played on Erangel. Erangel,
Yes.
another strong map for teams like Seventh Element, teams like Aegon XI8. We shouldn't be forgetting that. Team QWERTY, they have a good chance as well. Unfortunately, things aren't working out for them pretty well, but I'm pretty hopeful this time around they will, change, tweak few of these things and eventually get something out of these coming matches. But talking about this particular match, Group E is coming in, so let's see if they'll be able to grab their position, especially Seventh Element, and what else we have, what else R3G have for us today. But let's see, let's hope for the best, and fingers crossed.
Absolutely. I am gonna be waiting desperately to see what happens on Erangel because Erangel is again the map that most of our teams have most practice on, and it's also a calculated map. You know exactly when to go where. I mean, if you've played the game enough, Erangel does provide a lot of opportunity to go pre-decided onto your rotations, onto your moves towards the teams, and also to picking which team to take a fight with. Like Miramar gets a little bit less calculative because again the distance literally gives a lot of opportunities to people take shots on you from a range which is unimaginable, to be very honest, and it's very hard to keep a scan all around, and in Sanhok it's just very random because people are so close by. But like Erangel is literally the most appropriate map to go ahead with a pre-planned game in.
Yeah, and as I always talk about this, it's the default map. Every team start their competitive journey from this map, and every key strategy just gets formulated on this map first. Then you improvise, change a little bit on other maps. So an angle again, it's a open opportunity for everyone to grab, and every team they have their strengths, they have their weaknesses, and most of these teams have their strengths on their angles because this is the most played map, and eventually you have the more practice on it, and you have a great hold of the terrain, the great hold of the weaponry, the kind of availability of weaponry, and the kind of covers, angles that you can make. So again, I'm hoping for a new winner to come out of this. But as Group D is on the benches, we have Group E in the house. We have 141 officials, Team R3G with no big changes. We have Team 52 Esports, again no big changes, Joker, Jalad, Hassan, and Chotu. And we have our OG lineup of Team 7th Element. We have Tacosaurus, Eleon, Divine, T24OP, and Tabby. This time around, I'm expecting Tabby to be just slightly playing closer to his team. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to play 3 versus 4. But overall, a very balanced playing path and very good first circle as well.
Yep, I did notice that H2E and Egonex I8 have gone for different drop locations. This time they are not sticking to their, OG drop locations. And Egonex I8 doing that does make a lot of sense because it was all the way in military base
shot.
for both the teams. So yeah, that does clear why they are choosing a different spot. But yeah, the circle is going to be in favor, so the teams won't have a lot to rush for. Looking at that, 1-for-1. Oh my god, they literally need points right now, but they're losing players like anything.
Yeah, and NES, they have just seized this opportunity to take 3 of these frags. Now see, JD is also in a bit of a pickle. He's close by, and possibly there's a fair chance that NES will catch up that guy as well. But rest of the team, I believe 141 is in Rozhok, and Northeast Sports, they like to drop nearby. They know the terrain surrounding where the players can hide, what are those points to check, what are those corners to be aware of. So NES will, I was expecting them to go for the rest of the players, but yeah, it's a good move, and they have their own plan, they have their own way to start their matches. But big damage dealt to Team 141 officials, and again, it's not a good way to start your match. You're not expecting an early clash on the compounds where most of the time NES don't like to drop, but this time around they did, and they managed to get the maximum out of that very situation.
Well, they definitely did. But looking at Georgia Poll right now, we do have a couple of teams here. We do have 52 Esports and H2E both residing in Georgia Poll as of now. But both of them have separate compound areas for themselves, so it doesn't seem like we're going to be seeing them clash as quickly as you would expect for teams that drop nearby each other. But they will, considering that Georgia Poll provides great loot, they will have all the opportunity to go ahead for the best weapon they want, and then we'll be able to see which team wins in this fight. H2E definitely is walking in with a bunch of confidence, ton of strategies into this one, considering the last win definitely gave them an upper hand in all the game plans and all the resistance that comes from teams. But then if 52 Esports hasn't been showing up as prepared until now, so it's their moment to shine. It's a requirement of this moment for them to shine, because otherwise they do not get to even make it into the top 12.
Yeah, even the mini goal for the day is to get into the top 12, because top 12 is where you want to actually end your day, especially your week 1 for the league plays. And also it will give you an opportunity to play that extra match. Who knows, it can go well for you. You might get a better positional point, better elimination points, and eventually boost up some of your overall standings, and get some extra bonus points for yourself. But again, having that top 12 in there, keeping that in mind will also help them to perform well. But I'm seeing some of these teams have already avoided that tragedy for themselves. Team TG, after the first match, I'm not seeing them going back down on the overall leaderboard. Also, H2E, the way they just cruised themselves on the first page, they have just evaded the chances of losing out on Vikendi. So the day have started good for both of these teams, but I'm hoping XGeneration, Team Freestyle, and especially Team Negatives to find slightly a better match for themselves. They need a good match, at least a top 3 finish with good numbers of eliminations. Otherwise they will start losing confidence, and it will be a bad week for them as well. The coming week will also be a bad week for them as well. So again, big hopes, big match, and seeing this, I would say there is a fair chance. Looking at the situation of any negatives, I can see they won't have a difficulty for themselves as Magnus is on the benches. They will have a fair chance to loot up Puchinki, look for the right place to hold the angles, and eventually gatekeep some of these teams like 3x, Team Freestyle, or maybe Team TG getting into the circle. But overall, very well balanced map. Kind of seeing a potato hill or possibly shelter, close to shelter finish, which will make things more interesting for the viewers.
Well, we might definitely get to see that interesting end towards the next circles, but as of now, it seems like the grounders really need to pick up their pace and start moving into the circle. Because as I've talked not once but like a million times on streams, this is very important that you make yourself some real estate into the circle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, all the ground area is already occupied by other teams, and once you are the one invading, they already have an upper edge because they know exactly where to hold the angles from. They know exactly where to keep and keep a lookout on you from. It's literally the saying that we hear so often, that once you are the king of the hill, it's very difficult for someone else to enter in and shake that throne.
Yeah, and it's been the same case for teams who like to capture good positions early on. And we have seen every now and then that teams who are proactive in this approach, they get few eliminations on possible invaders. Sometimes teams, they just don't plan like the way the experienced team like to do it. But that's where you make the mistake and opposition take the maximum opportunity out of it. But talking about this particular game, the changes in the meta, the way players used to play it, and now if I look back 2 years from now, it has changed a lot. Most of these players, they have a lack of sense of staying together as a squad. Most of these players, they have a confidence, kind of I can say, or overconfidence in solo gameplays, which messes up the whole team synergy, which eventually messes up your results as well. So if any of the players which are succeeding right now, they have some sort of an old vibe left in them. Otherwise, it's difficult to even keep up with this kind of pacey changes in the play style with this gameplay as well. But as we are seeing, Team Freestyle, they are trying to get something out of Team TG. Team TG, Chosen Boy getting knocked out, and also on the other side, 9mm Boy giving some cover to one of his fallen player, but rest of the TG players are far away. I believe Sad Boy will be able to revive one of his teammates, but in this very process, he will eventually lose his vehicle. But on the other side of the kill feed, we are seeing Team H2E keeping themselves busy with 52 Esports. 52 Esports getting the players knocked out. It's another player getting knocked out. On the other side, Drop Shot taking one of the players down. 9mm is pushing forward on Team Freestyle. Freestyle can get one of their players knocked out once again, but it is what it is. TG have to accept the reality that one of their players is eliminated and thus leave for the play zone. Otherwise, it will be too late for them to move into this.
Well, they definitely do need to make sure that the safe zone is on their side, because again, healing is going to be very important, considering these teams already take a lot of damage. It's not once or twice. I've seen TG do this over and over. Not only are they losing their utilities on this, they're also losing their man count in the process. And well, freestylers, they need to start moving in as well. But again, TG and freestylers might come face to face one more time once they're back into the safe zone, once they're back into the play area. But other teams that are lagging behind in the rotation surprisingly include Agonex I8, and I'm literally seeing Ozen go all the way to the opposite direction. Did he forget something back there?
Yep.
It's very strange.
It is. Again, these teams have to come up with something to deal with this kind of situation. But talking about the kill feed, once again, Team QWERTY keeping themselves busy. XGeneration, Hunter this time around being the victim of the situation, and the Vortex will take one more down, and this is that bell that Team QWERTY was waiting for, and now they will push forward and give that team a quick wipe. But Team TG, they are getting into an area where they haven't realized 3x is nearby, and on the other side, Team H2E took 2 of the players down from Team 52 Esports. Now, Team QWERTY, look at this. This is the way you push forward. There is no second thought in the mind. You just have one key plan, and thus you have to execute. Team QWERTY is pushing forward on the other side. 52 Esports also taking some players out from Team, I believe, Aegon XI8. Chotu on the side getting taken down from the side of Team 141. Nightmare taking down Falak. So what is happening with I8? I8 without even getting anything in the match, they managed to lose one of their players. But there you go. Team QWERTY is also, meanwhile they were pushing on the 2 players of XGeneration, they managed to find more of the players, and they took 1 player from XGeneration as well in the mix.
Well, they are definitely going to be a hindrance for Quantum Rage as long as they realize there's another team in the mix. And well, Wolverine will be looking on to Quantum Rage right now. It's a good scope there. I mean, he has managed a couple of connections right there. But Team QWERTY, they would have to actually go ahead and make sure that they eliminate this team completely, because we all know Quantum Rage, if they are able to survive with all 4 men, it's a huge deal. They have great calculations on that point, and yesterday we saw the kind of domination this team can bring. So if you want to get done with them as quickly as possible. But in the meanwhile, freestylers, again, as we expected, are facing the grounders again, and the grounders are still getting grounded constantly. I mean, I think we already knew this was
Look
gonna
at
happen.
this. What is happening with Team Negative Esports? 3 of their players are down, and Pinkman is giving a revive to Guru Boy, but Zyroje got taken down with his own nade. So this is Team Star versus Team Negative Esports. Both of these teams are struggling at the bottom side of the spectrum in this very tournament. But as we are seeing, Team Negative Esports, somewhat they got another player knocked down from Team Star, and they will pick all these players one by one. Look at this. What is happening? Is this some sort of oh my goodness, I have no words for this. But 52 Esports at the same time got eliminated, and another nade is also being thrown on the side of Team Star's final player Miracle. Somewhat the guy dodged the nade, or maybe the nade couldn't reach him. But the Team Negative Esports, good thing for them is they managed to get 2 eliminations. The whole team got reset again, and looks like I'm just watching a tier 2 or tier 3 scrims.
Yeah,
after seeing the performance of Team Star and Team Negative Esports.
Exactly. I mean, they're trailing really far below on the maps, and that makes sense. But I mean, you are in PMPL Pakistan. You gotta make sure that you're at least giving something which makes us know that yes, you did bring in your best, and then you somewhere messed up at one point or the other, and that little mistake resulted in this. We're literally seeing blunders coming in for both of these teams, and not once or twice. It's been happening since the time they started playing this tournament. This is just not what I was expecting at this point. However, I still feel like if they do come back into their own forms, because definitely they do have a potential that brought them all the way here, so we might be able to see something great coming in from them. But look at that, Quantum Rage takes a shot onto XGeneration and eliminates the whole team out of here.
Quantum Rage is still 4-man standing? How is it possible? They managed to get all of their players up, which is a good thing, and it's pretty astonishing as well for me and also the viewers, the way they were indulging in the fight against Team XGeneration. It was kind of difficult, I believe, for them, but XGeneration is out of this game. But it's Freestyle versus Team Aegon XI. 2 of the players from I8 are surviving. Team Freestyle, 2 of their players are been taken down from the side of Aegon, and they pushed on in a right way. I would say it's not a bad way to push, but somewhat 2 of the players of Aegon, the kind of formation they have, they managed to take the invaders, and now it's Black and Fazzy left. And if there would be one more player from I8, we could have seen a backward push, or I can say a response push on Team Freestyle as well. But it's a 2v2 situation now. Freestyle can't do much about it, and somewhat Freestyle have to get in the circle through Aegon Exide, or maybe they have to find another way. But seeing the situation, within no time we have two of our main contenders, top contenders, are out of this game. We have XGeneration out of this game. We have 52 Esports. I can't say top contender, but the way they started the game, it was looking like they had a plan for this match. But unfortunately, with only one elimination in their backpack, they left for the lobby. But kill feed, it's still ticking, it's still going on. R3G on the other side taken one player from QWERTY, and now QWERTY is left with only two players surviving and possibly one player left.
Well, we are going to be seeing all of these teams get into a much tougher battle soon enough, because the circle is shrinking and the play area is going on getting smaller and smaller. However, the number of teams is still huge. We have 13 still on board with 41 players alive. It does not give a great average in total, but we do see that most of our teams do have all four standing, while some are still lingering with twos, and Team.The literally has one player. I don't know how they're gonna make it into this map, but they just have to rat it out, I guess. And that's literally difficult for Team.The, because they haven't been able to do this ever so far. Let's see how they manage it this time. But right now, Team NES is gonna make sure that they capitalize as much as they can onto 3x. But the problem is, very close in their surrounding are two other teams that have their eyes set on them.
Yeah, it's just the phase 4, I believe so, and still you have plenty of space around. It'll be difficult for third-party teams to just close in and take a fight full on. But 7element on the other side, they are trading utility on Team Freestyle. Two of the players from Team Freestyle were surviving, and now it's only one surviving. But a beautiful nade from the side of Black. And within no time, Team 7element, now they are dealing with two of their knock players, T24 OP, 7E Tabby. They have to move into the mix and eventually revive the players. Tacosaurus, I believe so, will lose his life in the process, but Fazzy on the other side, leaving Black alone, and Black is only surviving player from Freestyle. 7element, Tacosaurus eliminated. Now it's time for T24 OP to grab the vehicle and go for that revival on Goku bot. But let's see what we got here for the day.
Well, 7element is definitely in a very pickled situation. They do have two teams around them that are already having their eyes set on them, while Aegon X8 is making their way into the mix as well. So this is definitely a very difficult situation for 7element. They're literally between a rock and a hard place. And look at that, Regicide is passing by, and if we see a little more exchange of nades, Regicide might just get an idea that there's a huge fight going on. It's a good third-party opportunity, and they can just close in on this one. So yes, Regicide is going to have a great opportunity here as well. While talking back about the fight between North Esports and 3x, it seems like 3x did manage to revive the one knocked player, and now they have another one knocked down. So revivals are still going to be very required and very necessary for the side of 3x to sustain themselves. However, talking about North Esports, they are running on a really low man count altogether.
Yeah, North Esports, they're struggling with this situation. Also, they're getting a lot of chip damage from Zerbav's utility, and it's right next door. They're close neighbors, and every player is in a nade range. But let's see what 3x have to do. 3x is waiting for that mistake. Any players try to just roam around the compound will get taken out from comeback, maybe, or maybe Capybara, but Cairo have to join in with the Zarpav if they want to push close on the broken wall, or maybe on that shack right next door. Then it will be easy for them to just finish out the remaining players of NES with only two players surviving, and this is the time where Team 3x will push forward. Look at this, the way comeback is pushing in, and this utility will just deafen the players of NES for a position, especially the players of 3x, and now they are pushing forward. The utility is being dropped on the entry points, and that's what I believe the plan is. But utility going in, another player with a shotgun, good entry, but rest of the 3x is delaying the process. Comeback got eliminated from his own player's utility, and The final player of NES also, I believe he is upstairs. Yes, he is upstairs, and rest of the team will try to help the fallen comrade to get up and eventually be a part of this fight. NES Iron, it's on the young player. You have to make a move, and time is ticking, and right now it's getting difficult for him to push forward. The only fear Team 3X players have is the guy has a shotgun, and if you even push forward and he somehow manage to get you knocked out, it will be difficult for the team to just follow up and revive you on time, and you'll get thrashed out. So they have to just do something with the utility, otherwise it will be difficult for them to push forward.
Absolutely, they do need to flush Iron out of that cover, because that cover is working out well for
Jesus.
him, but they're not gonna flush him out of the cover at all. They're just gonna flush him out of the game altogether. I mean, 3X is just saying easy peasy right now.
Yeah, but losing comeback is, again, I always say this, but I'm a kind of a perfectionist. You can say that in this regard, but I always say this. Even if you lose one of your player early on, it's difficult for you to maintain moving forward. But look at this. What is Team Negative is doing in this fight? The beautiful utility, user utility. H2E on the other side taking down Buzz. Another utility coming in, and Negative Esports once again. The guys are just touching the ground, and it's Guru Boy only left. The utility, the place where this guy is putting the utility. What is it doing? What is it doing? You can jump shot, man. You can jump shot. This is clearly a difference of skill and skill set between H2E and Negative Esports, and without even having much of a difficulty, H2E cleared out Negative Esports. But now they are in the crossfires of 3X. 3X is trying to third party the situation, and this is the only hard cover left on one side of the edge of the circle, and H2E had to take their chances. But TFD on the other side, they are also eyeing for that same position. It's a risky position to capture, but TFD can do that with that kind of manpower, Ihana.
Absolutely, the manpower definitely supports them. They do have abundant number of vehicles as well to go ahead and make sure they can create their own shield and cover whenever they want to and wherever they want to. And look at that. Okay, just rolling over people, However, I mean, TFD does have a great chance at being one of the contenders for the chicken dinner this time, but are they gonna be the one? That's the question, because I would definitely love to see a whole new name come up on board, and TFD will not only benefit from this for their points, it will also benefit them for making themselves a spot on the top 12 teams. So yeah, definitely expecting them to come in with something great, and soon as I say that, Easy Boy gets himself in a whole load of trouble.
Yeah, TFD, Easy Boy is down on his knees. Roshan somehow knocked himself, and this will delay the whole process. R3G was planning to push forward across the road.
Yeah.
This road is the only divider which is saving TFD at this very moment, but China low on HP. Easy will get a revive. It's a 4v4 situation once again, but again, another knockout. Leon with that utility took down one player. Uzam also backstabbing Team TFD. On the side, Talisman is also knocked out. So Team TFD is dealing in knockouts at this very moment. They have to cover themselves up, otherwise it will be difficult for them. Look at this. H2E also joined the mix, and now they have picked one of the players from TFD. So it's an open market for R3G, Team Agon XI, Team H2E to pick those elimination for themselves. But TFD, they managed to survive themselves to top 5. I expect them to do, give that an extra push and try to get into top 3. But let's see what plan TFD has for themselves. R3G, they are pretty dispersed. Now it will make difficult for TFD to use the utility on point. Otherwise, it would be easy for them. But Easy Boy with the nade taking another player down. And I believe this time around, Team TFD's Easy Boy will manage to confirm his skill. But it's difficult once again. Agon XI on the wings is making difficult for R3G as well to push forward and cross the road.
Absolutely, but in the meanwhile, Zarbaf is definitely securing some points for the team, and 3X is looking just as strong as R3G right now. TFD, I am losing my expectations from this team as time passes, because I'm not only seeing their name being the faulty devils, I'm seeing them make as many faults by themselves as well. So yeah, it's not looking good for them. However, H2E still cannot count them out of the mix, because even though they have only two players surviving, they have them at a very strategic and a very, convenient spot to actually go ahead and make sure that they capitalize on third parties on a multiple number of teams, and not only pick a few people off but also equalize them and contribute towards the final circle. So they are definitely looking like a team that can contend it, but RPG about to lose it all.
Yeah, R3G, they had an aggressive push, but unfortunately, this delay in the push resulted for a better positioning for TFD. TFD managed to get a great hold of the situation, and they somewhat defended their place. And also in this process, Easy Boy will also get revived, but this is Aegon XI8 for them, and the moment Freestyler will fall, it will be difficult for Team TFD to just hold on to this, but Talisman will confirm the final elimination. R3G is out of the game, and now what we were asking for, Team TFD is delivering. They are in top 4 and could possibly be in top 3 as well, but Aegon XI8, their attention is getting diverted. 2 of the players are surviving with only 3 eliminations in their backpack, and they have to deal with different enemies on different fronts. As we can see, H2E is also close by. They can be a problem. Uzum can also get knocked out. Freestyler is looking in the wrong direction. Every time this guy is shooting in the grass, he's somehow unable to connect any of his bullets. But this time around, he did the good out of the situation. Freestyler knocking down I8 Uzum. IQ is the solo survivor. He also got attention from Team 3X. But look at this Cairo with that headshot landing on H2E, and H2E possibly will also leave for the lobby. But they had a very good match overall.
Well, they did, but they are gonna have to go back home for now. We will see them again in another map, but right now it seems like, okay, I just gotta reiterate the point. A two-man squad fighting with two different squads. Why? Why? Tell me why. Because it's not like they were close enough to each other either. They were literally at least like 50 to 60 meters apart, and they did not even have the opportunity to go ahead and, actually invest in the revival early on. Like, if TFD had their eyes on the right direction, Uzmum would have been picked off so long ago. Like, as you mentioned, Freestyler was never looking in the right direction. If he was, Uzm wouldn't have any chance at surviving, and Aegon XI8 would have been shown way home already. However, they do have some luck in their favor, but that's not the only thing that you require to win this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I would say Team TFD is, trying their level best to just keep their heads above the water, but 3X is really planning to, put these guys in deep waters. But TFD, Freestyler, I must say, boy, your vision is kind of impaired slightly on the battlefield. You are unable to spot the right players at the right time, but Cairo will do the job for his team and will eventually take down the players from I8. Uzum, he's eyeing for that opportunity where he can give that damage to Cairo, but if Cairo gets knocked out, it will be difficult for Team 3X to come for a revival at this very point.
Absolutely, but it doesn't seem like they would need to as much,
GG's.
because again, oh god, okay, Aegon XI8 is already out of the mix, so it's just 3X versus TFD. I do want to see TFD take a chicken because they haven't had one yet, so it's time they feed themselves. But then again, the numbers are almost equalized. There is no revival possible right now. Nobody can go to Cairo, as you mentioned earlier, so it's just a 2v2. If they are in the right mind, if they're looking at the right direction, they might. Okay, please own. Please own. You gotta thank him.
GG's TFD.
TFD did win it, but thanks to Playzone this time, because like that fight didn't look like it was going their favor. Freestyler was again not looking in the right direction, but in any case, kudos for that yum chicken that's gonna be arriving onto your dishes now. Well, with that amazing dinner served right on for TFD, it seems like today is the day of new names. Soon as we get closer and closer to the bonus match, which requires you to be in the top 12 teams to be able to be a part of, we keep seeing newer names surfacing, and now for this one, we are seeing the Faulty Devils come back up. I take back my depth in their gameplay, well, they recovered well. They recovered well and they have shown up to the occasion right on time to be able to grab onto that meal for themselves. And this is not, hefty meal that they're gonna get. They are literally gonna get a delicious one, slow cooked over the whole time period of, I guess, 26 or 27 minutes that Erangel took.
Yes, and especially it was not evident that eventually TFT will get this chicken dinner, but
Yeah.
they did, and all thanks to all
Please
the support they got. But guys, we'll go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well,
Welcome
welcome
back,
back.
guys.
Okay, your
It
turn.
happens.
Go for it.
It's okay. So we are back after match 2 for day 5 PMPL Pakistan 2023. Guys, we are witnessing this live action with me and Ehana, and as we witness another history-making moment in PMPL Pakistan, and that's the chicken dinner from TFT. Yesterday we were rooting for team H2E, and today we have team, I believe, yesterday we were rooting for team, what was that team? I just forgot the name. It was right on top of my mind at this very moment, but somewhat a new name popping up, and
Yes.
previous match we had H2E, and this match we have TFT. So it's the day of comebacks, it's the day of uprising stars, new stars shining up and showing up to the altar. So that's what we are seeing. But Ehana, wonderful performance. Somewhat freestyler wasn't looking the right direction, but they managed to grab that chicken dinner.
Thanks to Playzone. I mean, in today's match, I do want to see Playzone being the MVP. Okay, never mind. It's not Playzone.
Yeah, it's Saf from TFD, but I believe Saf is talisman, right? The way this guy accrues his team, especially against team R3G, the R3G push, this guy was the only, that hard barricade which helped them defend that position, and eventually wiping out the remaining the 3 players from R3G, which is kind of in itself a great individual performance from Saf. But 7 eliminations, 370 healing, then we have 807 damage, 6 knockouts, 27 minutes of survival, and eventually getting that tasty chicken dinner for the team, which it was much needed from TFD. TFD, they were struggling on the second page, and now what we are seeing is after this performance they will have a confidence coming into coming matches, and eventually will translate into something good for them.
Absolutely. And with the amount of points they have secured, it might very well have, bumped them up all the way to secure a position in the top 12. And this just became more and more dicey. So far, we were thinking that it's a very clear cut, look out. There's hardly going to be a couple of teams that get swapped around, but it's looking much more different going on to the battlegrounds, because every single time we're seeing a whole new team shine, and not only shine, they're literally glimmering, they're literally glittering all around, and that's a glow that they're carrying for themselves going into the very, very important map of Vikendi.
Yes, and even if you have this kind of confidence in the start of the day, you will have better matches coming forward. But why not be talking about this guy Cairo with 1113 damage, individual damage with 4 eliminations, so 3x with this performance that they were able to pull off in the second match of the day. All credit goes to Cairo with this kind of splendid performance with 4 elimination in his backpack. Also, Zabaf was very clinical with his 3 eliminations, 710 damage. And we have Noki from R3G with 4 eliminations, but Uzum keeping himself busy, even losing 2 of their players in the initial of the game, they managed to get into the top 3, and that's what we were expecting from Aegon at the start of the day as well. But first match didn't went like they were expecting, but this time around they managed to get into top 3, which is kind of a good omen. We can consider it moving forward into the competition. But talking about match summary, it's TFD and 3x summary, and also in highest healing down we have Tarzan. Somewhat H2E is keeping themselves relevant Rex on the other side with 384 healing. So these were the two surviving players, I guess, so in the final moments from H2E, Rihanna, which were just struggling to, just hold on to the back of that, I believe busted coop it was. It was that vehicle which they were trying to take cover in behind.
Well, yes, they were definitely looking like the last two surviving from the side of H2E, and they did not, show up to the occasion the way I wanted them to. But in any case, they did, acquire themselves a good position overall in the match. So let's just take a look at the rankings of this match to find out who stands where. And well, there it is, as expected, all the way on third position. Did beat Aegon X8 because thanks to their elimination points, it's just three.
So it is so far I would say a very good performance from H2E. H2E previous match 22 points, this match 13 points, so within two matches they managed to grab a hold of a good number of points, and now they'll be sitting pretty nice on the first page, possibly on 7th or 6th position. But Regicide in their first match 10 points, again a very good performance. Talking about Aegon XI8, they have the 5 placement points but only 3 elimination points for themselves. North Esports on the other side, 4 eliminations for themselves. Freestyle negative esports, even with that kind of performance where they were making huge blunders, I must say, sorry to use this word, but it is what it is. I don't have any other options to go with, but they made huge blunders, especially against the fight and against the fight with teams.The, and also when H2E were pushing, they were just making every mistake in the book. But 7th element, again 4 points for themselves. It is not an ideal situation for them, but Ehana will give them a pass on this one, right?
I mean, I feel like Magnus didn't play this one, so 7th element is still gonna go ahead and claim the first position nonetheless on the overall ranking. But that's just about it. I get it, you're on the first position, but how many passes do we give them? Like, already gave them a pass on 4 matches yesterday. It's going beyond the point of giving passes anymore. I feel like they are, just saving their energy for Vikendi because that's just gonna give them extra boost in the points. But still, I feel like staying on top through the league on the week as well makes a lot of sense.
Yes, and again, it's a big statement for from your side to the opposition that you are doing wonders. But look at this, huge difference. And a new claimer of the first spot. We have 3x Esports with 157 points, and all thanks to Cairo and Zerbaf for making the team to at least survive till the top 3 positions, and that's what really translated into this victory. But as we're seeing, Quantum Rage also trying to creep up and slightly trying to close into with Magnus Esports, but the kind of performance Magnus Esports 7th element and 3x had, it's making difficult for teams below 3rd position to just keep up the pace, because 130 points and then 151 is a huge difference. You have to be consistent for 2 of those matches. But slight changes on the second page. We have the Faulty Devils coming up with the one chicken dinner. They are on 15th spot now, 141 official. They are also going down with their 68 points. 52 Esports on the other side, they are also struggling with 67 points on their end. But Hellraisers, they missed the previous match, but Team Negative somehow they are close now to Hellraisers with only 1 point difference. But this is not helping out, I must say. Things aren't changing much on this very page, and I want to see especially Negative Esports to step up. The way they started this PMPL, we were expecting, we had high hopes from them, and now making these kind of mistakes, these kinds of basic mistakes. Why are you jumping? Just toggle out your jump and climb button. They have 2 separate buttons on your layout, and also you can do a jump shot. Why you're just climbing up the window, which is kind of scary when you have one button for both of these thingies. Game decided for itself when you have to climb up. But this time around, it is what it is. But Negative Esports, they could have done better in that very position. You see H2E, they managed to get in top 5 from that position, but Negative couldn't. But it is what it is. But we are, Ayana, moving forward to our next match, which is again, in this case, are we going on Sanhok or are we going on Miramar?
Miramar.
Miramar again, guys. And should we expect anything from TG, or this time around you think like it will be a repeated script? H2E will again try to get that first position.
Okay, so here's the thing. I want a new team. I want
Yes.
XGeneration to have a chicken. That has been my wish since day one, the way I saw them perform. I am expecting great things from the side of Tough as well. They have improved a lot through the series, but they haven't secured any chickens yet. And if they do, they will be able to make sure that they, make their way into the top 12s. And I do expect the Faulty Devils as well to show up to the occasion and make sure at least that they are able to make it into the top 12. They're still on the 15th position. Even after getting the chicken, even after getting like good number of points, they still have a huge difference from what you're required to have to be able to be in the top 12. So yeah, I do want to see all of these emerging teams, all of these stars that have been waiting for the polish to just glow ahead and show us what a shooting one looks like.
Yep, and I totally agree. Some of these teams have that potential. They can change the game for themselves, especially they can bring up some more exciting turns and twists into the games, and eventually make it more exciting for the viewers out there. And at the end of the day, whatever we are doing, it's all about fans. Fans
Yeah.
are the key fuel in this whole process. Even we are sitting here blabbering out all these discussions and everything, it's all about you guys. And if you're here with us, if you're supporting us, that's what we are aiming for, looking for. And we, even sitting here, we just want your support and your positive feedback. So if you have just shown up on the transmission, make sure you guys drop a like and also share it with your friends so they can join also and be a part of this discussion. And make sure to keep it the chat clean. It's Ramadan, and don't mess up much. But let's talk about our coming map. Again, extensive map and a fair chance for teams like who have a strong hold on Miramar, especially Team TG, Team H2E. We have seen QR, being on top in few of those matches. Also, Magnus Esports have a great hold of that. Team Tough could possibly in top 3, but Team Tough, as they missed the previous match, now they'll be aiming for a better position in this particular match as well.
Absolutely, and I am waiting to see that happen because Team Tough again, a very good contender. We are seeing great, things coming in from their side, but I cannot wait for the chicken to show up so that we can be assured that they're gonna be in the top 12. Like, this is the thing about me. Whenever I see a team improving, whenever I see a team progressing, I feel like they do deserve to be in the bonus match because then we can see them go ahead and work on those tactics. And again, considering the fact that it's a completely different map that shows up for the bonus match, we might just see completely different things coming in from the teams who are still trying to grab their claws onto the first few positions, because the ones that have already acquired them unfortunately show us very passive plays.
They just want to hold on to their position. The fear is
Yeah.
evident, and nobody want to miss that chance of playing Vikendi. Even if it's not about bonus points, they still want to enjoy themselves on that map. It's a different terrain. It's a kind of change in the routine, I would say, and also it helps you to just have fun. Just get in touch with those memories when you used to have previously, few years back, playing on Vikendi. Vikendi, especially if I remember it right, it was one of the favorite maps in my region. There were a lot of good players. They used to practice on Vikendi. It was an extensive map, and the kind of weaponry was available. It was unique to the map, and most of the guys, even myself, used to play it very often, right, alongside Sanhok. I wasn't a big fan of Miramar and Erangel, honestly speaking, saying it on the live stream, but Vikendi, the moment they took Vikendi out, I've been anxiously waiting to play it again, and now it's time to watch these pro players, doing their strats, doing their wonderful strategies, deploying their wonderful strategies on that particular map. But let's talk about Miramar, guys. Again, an extensive map, and be seated, enjoy the action, and also try to enjoy whatever we are about to say here. We cannot guarantee you'll enjoy it, but we'll try our best to keep you entertained. But as we talk about this plane path, it's kind of more southern. In the first map, we noticed a plane path that was favoring especially the northern area. So we can say we should expect a circle, taken in hold of Junkyard, Minas Morales, Graveyard, San Martin, and also Hacienda and water treatment. Upper northeastern side, circle will do great for all of these teams. Especially, it's a very good chance for them to just spread out on the map. Southern plain paths gives you, good area to just look for the vehicles and eventually get to your drop locations as we are seeing it. But as I was asking for northeastern circle, we are treated with a kind of a centralized western circle, central western circle on the map, and we have San Martin, El Pozo, Monte Nuevo into the mix. We have Power Grid right in the center. We have 52 Esports in Pecado. They have 3X as well, accompanying them in Pecado. So we'll possibly see some early skirmishes breaking out on just to claim some ownership on the few of the vehicles out there.
Well, yes, we might see some early clashes coming in, and that's exactly what I'm waiting for on a map like Miramar. Because, to be very honest, tapping back into the point you were saying, okay, yeah, it's not a very great thing to talk about, but yeah, I don't like Miramar as well. I mean, I have different reasons. They have nothing to do with the gameplay. All the reasons I have is I want greener maps so that I can just lie down and hide, because I'm not great at creating strats, so I just want to be hidden and catch people by surprise, and that's my way to win.
Yeah.
And that is the reason I am not in there playing and rather sitting here talking about the game. And yeah, and I mean, the other reason is it's huge. It's huge. It requires you to have a vehicle, it requires you to drive, and I'm a professional passenger just like Cardi B. I do not like to drive. So literally, if I ever had a position where I was being chased by the play zone and I had to make my way back into the circle and I was on the map of Miramar, I would literally drop all my weaponry and ask beg a team to take me in their car. And this is literally what happens every time. They let me ride with them, but the moment I'm
Yeah.
back into the circle, they shoot me because they know I don't have any of my weaponry, and that's just how my life ends. So yeah, vehicles,
Yeah, it
not
is
my
what it
thing,
is.
and hence big maps, not my thing.
Yeah, big maps again. As you were referring to being a passenger, I would say it's the best feeling in the world to have someone drive you around, and who
Yeah.
wants to just keep attention on the road all the time. Can't even see the scenery around. I had
Exactly.
an opportunity to drive my family, especially locally here, from one city to another, and it was one of the most boring ride I ever had in my lifetime, because I was just more focused on the road, and throughout the journey I was just focused on the asphalt. What was better, looking at a black laid down stuff, and
Makes
not
sense.
enjoying the scenery around. So yeah, it's evident that even in the Miramar, you have to have certain type of driving skills. You have to be clear about which route you want to take while moving around, because as we see, some of these vehicles are not off-roading friendly. They get struck in these extensive ridges, and this kind of unique terrain, this unique map surface, it makes it difficult for drivers to maneuver around. Just imagine this: you are moving through a space, and someone starts shooting you. You just run around and get stuck in a ridge, and now it's another bad way to go. And it is what it is, and sometimes you can't do much about that, and you eventually fall out and lose your life. And it is one of the difficult part of playing on Miramar. But some of these professional players, they've been doing it for so long now. They are master of their craft, and we are not expecting any of these things from them as like we amateurs do. But Team 3X on our screen, they had a very good start of the day, and now they're in the first position. And the kind of consistency they have shown, especially in the first two matches, I'm pretty hopeful that they will make up a lead and end their first week on a higher note, and eventually put a smile on the face of their sponsor. And big shout out to Talha. Talha, you just formulated a good team after so long. Previously, this guy was struggling to get a hold of a few of the players, but now he has like one of the best lineups in the whole
Absolutely.
Pakistan region.
Well, definitely gonna agree to that, but I do see that a few of our teams are getting closer in proximity, inch by inch,
Yeah.
and that is just gonna result in a lot of chaos. And chaos is the only reason
Oh,
I am able
beautiful.
to oh, okay. Was it? Okay, never
It
mind.
was the guy was aiming on Hapshi, you know, and the moment he put his scope on that guy, he got a headshot, boom, and you know he was laying down and now he's knocked out. But 1-4-1 after realizing his Team Star, they'll definitely push in. They know Team Star is struggling to find that momentum, and now 1-4-1 is moving forward. Janaza with that spray, giving some damage to destroy. This guy is difficult one to mess with, especially if you have to take one-on-one against Destroyer. This guy is good with the close range fights. But where's rest of the Team Star and what they are up to? The kind of this being apart from each other will also help 1-4-1 to get maximum out of this way situation. Now the moment this nade will detonate, it's time for 1-4-1 to push forward, because it will deafen the audio cues for Team Star, and they won't realize how close Team 1-4-1 have just managed to come. But Zyroja, he is far away, which is the only factor keeping Team 1-4-1 to full-fledgedly push forward, because this fear of getting thrashed while pushing in-house is pretty bad for Team 1-4-1. But 1-4-1 King and Hapshi, they are moving in. They have just breached into the compound. They haven't realized the guy is upstairs, and now taking one down is another day for Team Star, where they will lose 3 of their players initially, and it's now down to Zyroja. The guy has just already hopped into the vehicle and will leave for the woods, as I say so. And again, not a good start for Team Star. Somewhat things aren't working out for them. They try new things, they split up, they change the players, but somewhat every now and then, whatever they plan, the teams around them get hold of their strategy and somewhat punish them in one of the most bitterest way, I would rather say. But Team 1-4-1, after having 3 eliminations in their backpack, now aiming for that circle, which is open to grab. It's a big area. You won't have much difficulty to look for a good place to just hold on to for a while. But another centralized shift, Ehana, and I'm looking forward. I believe it will be a finish near Montenuevo and somewhere in between Power Grid.
Well, we might definitely see that happen, but yeah, I mean, that was quite a weird fight that we just witnessed. And yeah, I mean, the confidence
Beautiful.
whenever it's against Team Star has just gone way up for the teams. And well, looking at Team QWERTY right now, even though the Faulty Devils did acquire themselves a chicken just last game, it feels like they are not going to be on the best lookout from here, considering that Team
The
QWERTY
guy
has
just popped
players
his
there.
own self.
Exactly. I mean, okay, you don't even need Team QWERTY to walk in and damage you, because you're already doing that for them. Right now, even though they are very collected, I'm seeing some hesitance coming from the side of Team QWERTY. They're not pushing in. They know a couple of players are knocked. They know revival time is going on. It could have been a good opportunity to catch them by surprise. They are literally surrounded the whole area, the whole compound. They could have peeked from multiple regions, from multiple windows, and cleared all the nooks and corners, but it seems like they just waited way too long, and now the whole team is on a reset. They might be able to take this fight well enough.
Yeah, I was thinking in my mind what Wolverine's Molly were gonna do for Team TFD, and I got the answer. Molly took down Freestyler. Now their team Wolverine with that utility taking down Styler as well. It's down to final 2 players of TFD. TFD versus Team QWERTY. It seems like it's time for Team QWERTY to push in. Another one down from the side of TFD, and the final player somehow is trying his best, and the moment he will show his back will be taken out in TFD. The Faulty Devils are out of this match, but NES, they have stepped in. They have position is evident because it's an extensive compound. You cannot push in like this, blindly. Possibly when the smokes will decimate, NES Mars will have a vision on Top G and will take him down once again. But Top G is not looking into that direction. There you go, Top G, Top G, Top G. Taken down from the special forces of North Esports, but Team QWERTY on the other side, they have to leave Top G. It will be difficult for Wolverine to revive him, but I believe Mars will confirm the kill. But Wolverine has more responsibility on him now, but the utility will take out Top G and NES with one success in this third party. But Blue Zone is pressuring. Mars on the other side got eliminated from Voltrix, and NES also losing one player while trying to get something out of this fight.
Exactly. I mean, I see the Blue Zone literally sweeping by, specifically on a map like Miramar. It just feels like it's way too faster. However, currently it feels like Hellraisers are in a good position. They can literally camp out for any teams trying to rotate around them. And if they do it successfully, they might just have a few points for themselves that can help them climb up on that leaderboard, at least a little bit. I still do not see them in top 12 just yet, but yeah, any climb is better than no climb, because in the end you do have weekly bonuses as well. So do make sure capitalize on, because they haven't been showing up so far. So I'm happy with that, but that's not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. Seventh Element, they have set up the expectation bar too high for us, and now everyone out there, every fan is rooting for a Seventh Element win. But looking at this particular situation, 1-4-1, they were peppering down Zerbov, but now Zerbov somewhat that vehicle, that monster truck, but he got revived. Now it's time for Habashi to take some taste of that same medicine, but Habashi will get tracked out. 1-4-1, they're pushing forward, they're pretty close. 3x got stuck with that vehicle. It's not a good sight to have, but comeback is giving some backup cover to the players of 3x, which are knocked out. Capybara taking down King. It's down to the final players. Now 3x have to push forward, otherwise it'll be too late. It's 1 versus 2 situation. 3x player will get eliminated. Capybara is also joining into the mix, but 1-4-1 is out. Cairo will confirm JD, and 1-4-1 having a good start with 3 eliminations. They couldn't just keep it going for themselves, and Team 3x eventually took all 4 of these guys. 3x, sometime I feel like some of these eliminations come to them. These guys are patient enough to just hold on to their positions and get the maximum value out of that situation.
Absolutely, 3x does have the right amount of patience and aggression combined together, making them a very composed team altogether. And I do expect big things from this team going into the future, because first 2 days they were literally one-hit wonders. They had one good map, but the rest of them they were just trailing behind. But then eventually on the third day they started stepping up into every single match. They weren't delivering the same performance that they were in the last maps of first and second day, but they did become consistent, and I think that's great for a team that is trying to stay on the top. So definitely a great move coming in from their side. Even if you are doing a little lesser than what you set the bar for, as long as you're doing it every single time you show up, it's going to be working in your favor. And well, we had just started expecting things from 7th Element. They already lost Tokusaurus, and now again I feel like Tokusaurus is the most intel gathering person on that team, and if he is lost, it's literally a very misguided team at that point, because 7th Element is unable to make the right strats without the person who always finds some or the other very vivid spot on the map to go ahead and make sure that he is taking a look at every single team that is around. And well, that knock has already converted into an elimination, so that's a sad one for 7th Element.
Yeah, he got separated from the team. He was doing the God's work, I would say, and eventually paid the price for some of the mistakes he made. But still, 7th Element with 3 of their players sitting pretty nice into the circle. They know their proximity have some new intruders in there in shape of Team QWERTY. Magnus is also right next door, and also they don't have any immediate threats, especially on the closer side. We see TG somewhere into the picture, but TG already lost few of their players, but it's not big of a threat. But talking about this airdrop in particular, we have AUG, one of the least big gun in the map, or in all of the maps, across all of the maps. And we have level 3 utility. Yeah, it's one of the least big guns, and it's a kind of a weird pattern of recoil with this gun. It's a very good gun, I use it sometime, but weird it is. Can't say much about it. You have to tweak a little bit. All the developers on the side of PUBG Mobile, I would say, you have to tweak a little bit of the damage of this gun. It's a drop gun, and the way it gives damage, it looks like a UMP. But talking about Aegon X8 and H2E is pushing forward. H2E will get some damage to the players of I8. That is somewhat managed. Look at this world-class performance by these guys, but still Bablu is also joining in. They're third-partying the situation. Falak is the final surviving player. He'll go for the revival for IQ and could possibly be spotted out. H2E, they haven't lost much of the players. They have 3 of their players still standing, and this is the time where they can go for that last push and eventually taking down the 2 players of Team I8. But in the kill feed, we are seeing NES taking some of the players from HR. They had a very good position in the circle, but now they are leaving one by one, and seems like HR is out of the game. Nightmare with his utility taking down the final player of HR. It happens with HR only in this PMPL lobby. Every time where they're sitting all 4 men up, just a gust of wind passes by and all of the guys are in the lobby.
Well, right to the southeast of Montenegro, we are seeing the circle close in, and at the center of the circle is H2E and Aegon X8, about to get into a very bitter situation because they are surrounded by quite a few teams, and specifically in a map like Miramar, where people are equipped with guns that range really limitlessly. You would want to make sure that wherever you are, you're able to watch your back clearly. So here's the thing about Miramar, specifically something that I swear by, which is, if it's Miramar, I am not staying in the center of the circle. I can take a rotation, I'll do that, but I'm not staying in the center of the circle because the range that these weapons have, that every single team is running with, from center, I literally have 4 directions to keep an eye on, and that's just too many. That's just one too many. I would rather choose to be backed up against the circle so that at least my back is clear and all I have to watch is my front, so that 3 of my people can keep an eye at all the teams that are coming in, and one of the people can actually go ahead and contribute to revivals and frags, whatever is needed at the time for the team. So that's just what I think.
Yeah, while explaining your likings and I would say your preferences, you just uncovered one of the strategies for most of these teams deploy. You see, most of these teams are not aggressively pushing for more map control. They are just looking for somewhere they can just stay at the edge of the circle and can eventually take the fight on the front lines. Otherwise, keeping an idea of all of your sides and looking all 4 of your sides, it gets difficult every now and then. But 7 Element getting some damage from Magnus Esports. R3G is also right next door. The utility is being traded. This can give more damage to the players of 7E, but R3G and QWERTY, both of these teams are close by. They're eyeing for that shack, which is kind of not that important, but both of these teams have to go through this area to get into the circle eventually. Both of these teams have this fear of getting taken out by the blue zone, but B taken down from the knock. This was a mistake, and they'll eventually will be traded out, been taken out. But R3G now understanding they have an upper hand in the situation. Even if they don't know the 7E has only 2 of their players surviving, they will still push in, and now 7 Element is probably out of this game. Goku Bot just have to wait for that opportunity where QWERTY go full on against Team R3G. Otherwise, he has no chance of surviving at this moment.
Well, right now it's gonna be QWERTY versus R3G as you expected, but in the meanwhile we are seeing Team Tough get beaten bad by Team Bablu. I mean, I was already expecting Team Tough to go ahead and claim this one some way or the other, but neither by hook nor by crook do they stand a chance anymore. R3G
Oh, okay.
is looking strong, but then Team QWERTY could definitely make things very difficult for them moving further. But Magnus currently looks like has the best position in this whole area, considering they are quite high above. They have all the altitude advantage. They have a good compound to their favor, so that they can make sure that they are always covered, and well, they can make the best out of all of this.
Yeah, they can make the best out of all this, but R3G versus QWERTY, this will be an interesting fight. Waz is on the lower side, and having an upper, hand, especially in height in Miramar, it can do wonders for you. But Team QWERTY taking knocks from Magnus Esports as well. Vortex with that aggressive position, it's a difficult place to hold on to, because there will be more of utility coming in your way, and that's what we saw, more chip damage being dealt on the side of Vortex. But not keep pushing forward. This guy is doing wonders for his team. Wolverine is the final player, I guess, surviving, and how long he can survive behind this vehicle. He is still trying his level best, but look at that kind of way he's just switching his aim, but eventually knock will take him down. And R3G, after losing one of their players, they are now sitting with 8 good eliminations in their backpack, and also another team wiped out for them. But on the other side, Team Bablu, after losing 2 of their players, just now on more of a surviving mode. H2E is on their front lines now. H2E is gatekeeping Bablu as well, but Team Tough's final player surviving outside the circle and won't be able to survive much longer. Look at that, he's already taking blue damage. But 3x, where they are getting all this damage from? No one is close by.
They are self-damaging. It's called being independent. Look it up. You're taking all the damage by yourself, so that no one else has to do it for you. I'm kidding.
Oh, yes.
It's 52 Esports. We're able to see it now. Joker 1v99. Oh, okay. 1 against 99. You're doing good, buddy.
Joker been taken out from play zone. Now it's 3x versus 52 Esports. Cairo gave good amount of damage to Joker, and also 1 versus 9. Yeah, he's the 100 one. So talking about this particular Joker, we are witnessing a lot of Jokers in here. But talking about this particular one, Joker 1 versus 99. This guy is pretty devoted toward his gameplay. Look at that 52 Esports banner on his back wall. So it's just showing up how dedicated he is toward his gameplay. But it's a 3 versus 3 situation against team 3 versus 4 situation against Team 3x. 3x is just wrapping around this ridge, this hillside, and they will eventually be a gatekeeper for 52 Esports, because 52 Esports at some point have to go through them, or possibly even the moment they will be abandoning this high rise, they have to descend down, and that's where 3x will meet them with their open arms. But seeing the situation, H2E is again set for another top 3 finish. We are left with 8 surviving teams. Stars Zairoje, the guy who was left alone in the initials of the game, is still surviving. Solo survival with only 1 elimination in his backpack. NES on the other side, only 2 surviving players. But 52 Esports have no idea what 3x is preparing for them at this lower side of this hillside.
Yep, and neither did 3x, I guess, because they started smoking up an area that they were not even aware nobody is watching anymore. But they definitely do have something cooking up in their ovens. But right now, it's Magnus Esports that's gonna take a face-to-face with Regicide. Now, both of these teams do have a lot to lose, but Regicide is still on the upper hand with 8 frags to their name. If they lose this fight, they will have a lot done for nothing, because Regicide still has only 1 chicken to their name. And I guess this is the team that you were talking about when we were coming into this match, like the new team that showed up yesterday. So yeah, it was Regicide. And
yes.
I am hoping to see better things coming in from them, even though the one person in Regicide that I swear by is Roshan, and he seems to be the one with the lower HP overall in the team. But yeah, they are surviving on a 3-man, and against a team like 3x that is surviving on 4-man. So it's fine if you have a man count loss, but then if the team against you is someone as strong as 3x, it does start to bother you at some place or the other. So they would want to make sure that going into this fight with Magnus, either withdraw yourselves as quickly as possible, or make sure you do not lose your man count, whether you win it or not.
Yeah, but the situation is pretty even for Team R3G and Team Magnus. But here we are looking at a team which had a break in between their matches. But leave the thought for later. But we are seeing R3G taking the first knock against Magnus Esports. Rolling could possibly get knocked as well. But North Esports on the other side being taken out by Team 3X. Now it's Erangel side. R3G will try to revive one of their players, which is Knock Knock. The guy was being initiator in most of the situations. And now if Magnus Esports go full-fledged into this fight, they will definitely will have an upper hand in the very situation. Now Magnus Esports, they have this peace of mind that they have the circle. They have to take somewhat in consideration that R3G can give them a backstab, or at least can take Zibian out because he's kind of separated from the back. But talking about Magnus Zibian, he went out and at the same time Magnus Esports, I believe so, have a fair chance of taking down the players from Regicide as well.
Well, absolutely. We are going to be seeing just the top 5 teams remain. Like 2 teams got completely eliminated in no time at all. And that is going to result in our top 5s for this time. Bablu does not stand much of a chance. There's just one player remaining from their side. And well, just as I said it, he got picked out as well. It's literally a difficult one going in from here for 52 Esports and H2E. However, I'm proud of the fact that 52 Esports made it all the way up till the top 3 so far, and they do have a good number of eliminations as well. So finally, we might be seeing them jumping up on the leaderboard a little bit at least. But yeah, the rampage that Choto is already on, I want to see him actually capitalize it into something that puts him all the way in the top 2. However, that looks really, really difficult. But then the way they have already performed, I have better expectations from the team. I have better expectations from the team. However, if you talk about Magnus and 3X, I cannot make a call on this one. Magnus does have a much beneficial position. They have the higher ground. They are going to be able to make sure that they check out on the players of 3X much more easily. They do have good cover in the form of the trees, the ridges, the fallback that the whole hilltop is providing, and also nonetheless the tiny little crate that has just landed near them. And 3X, well, they too will be able to find cover, but it's not gonna be protecting them against any nades if they fall by, because again, it's a very tiny ridge. It's a very tiny area between a couple of high risen ones where they are surviving. So any nade that falls in there will give them very little room to run by, and if they stand up in that area to run by, that's game over.
Yeah, it is. And also deploying these smokes, and they should never count out 52x Chotu in this equation, because this guy can give them damage and can slow down the process of Team 3x pushing up that ridge. Look at that, Zarbaf, rest of the team is up there. 52 Esports, Chotu, the guy is already in the mindset of surviving. He just don't want to be a part of this very fight, and which is a good thing. Let 3x and Magnus Esports decide who is the king of the hill, and then we will see. But Zabian on the other side helping the team out. Drawlin just doing his Drawlin thingies every now and then with that buggy. But let's see if 3x can get something out of this. But Chotu on the other side taking down Drawlin. This will make things easy for Team 3x as well. And Chotu also got some damage from blue zone. Now it's time 3x will push in, and this could possibly be their second chicken dinner, or the first chicken dinner of the day, but second top 3 finish. But there you go, another one down, and 3x with the chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure gonna make this another win for themselves, and a more solid position for themselves on the overall leaderboard as well. Look at this, 3x, the buff is knocked out, but Kaido is pushing forward. He already knows this is one player. What else this guy can even do, and come back after healing himself. There you go, Kaido will take down Chotu, and this is the end of our third map of the day, with this winner of the chicken dinner going to Team 3x. Another great performance from Team 3x. First Erangel, they weren't able to get the chicken dinner just because TFD had some other plans, and Blue Zone didn't favor them much. But this time around, they just wrote their fate with their own hands, and now they have the win for themselves. And pretty much, I would say after this one, they will have a kind of a good lead for themselves going on. on the first position with 20 points in their backpack, 10 eliminations. You have the winners for our third match of the day, guys. It is Team 3X.
Well, it was a revenge victory. It was a revenge victory because I do remember the spot when 52 Esports was high up on the top and 3X was literally stuck in that lower area, completely in a bad situation, and then they just came back up and made sure that the last team they eliminated was 52 Esports. So a great game coming in from the side of 3X, but we'll talk more about this revenge right after this short little break.
इस रमज़ान PUBG मोबाइल के साथ बांटें अच्छाइयाँ ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन खेलें सिर्फ दिल जीतने के लिए
Well, welcome back to PMPL Pakistan Spring 2023, and I'm your host Anna. Alongside me is Ehsan. What an amazing match it was, Ehsan. What do you have to say about this one?
Yeah, we have seen some of the best fights so far for the day, and especially the fight against R3G first, against coming up against 7th Element, and then Magnus Esports versus R3G. I was counting on R3G because they were having all these things going for themselves, especially the way they were having that upper hand with elimination points, and also they were fresh out of that fight against Team QWERTY and Team 7th Element. So they had, all the blood flowing through their fingers, everything is warmed up. But Magnus Esports, they catered the whole thing in a very disciplined manner, in a very professional way, and eventually making themselves in top 3. But look at that backstab from Chotu. The moment Trollin fall, and it was the end of Team Magnus Esports. Their whole attention was on their IGL, and 3X seized the opportunity to strike at the very right time. But guys, we'll move toward the MVP of this particular match, and as we were expecting, it could be from 3X, but it is from 52 Esports. That is Chotu with 6 eliminations, 888 damage, very calculated one, 5 knockouts, 136 healing, which helped 52 Esports to finish second on the leaderboard for this particular match. So a very good performance by 52 Esports. We've been waiting for this kind of performance from them, and it's not that late, but 52 Esports have to make sure that they just maintain the consistency so they can at least eventually play that Vikendi match, as we are already talking too much about that Vikendi match. But I believe it's a kind of that rare thingy that everybody wants, so we're just promoting it full-fledged.
Well, yes, I mean, it does have a great impact on the overall points that need to be showing up from the side of these teams, and well, it's also going to be beneficial for walking into the finals. And we're talking about the benefits. These are the top players that gave the most benefit to their teams. We have 2 players from the side of Magnus Esports, one from Reggie's side. Both teams could not make it to top 2. However, Choto single-handedly made sure that 52 Esports acquired that second position, which is going to help them quite a bit going forward because they were lagging way too behind on the leaderboard. And well, 3X just going to continue with the domination, just going to make sure that the throne does not get taken away from them anymore.
Yep, and 3X Skyro, this guy, as we noticed in that Erangel match as well, the way the kind of damage this player dealt on the opposition, we saw the intent is pretty clear by the players of 3X. They just want to come in, give that damage, break you down physically and emotionally as well, and just take the victory away from you. And that's what 3X is doing right now. Talking about this particular match summary is 52 Esports, Chotu with highest elimination, highest damage, highest assist goes to Zarabaf, and healing done from QWERTY's Voltrux, which is kind of very unique. It's very rare Voltrux doing this because this guy is just too good with the assaulting, front end, push into the teams and taking that first knock for the team, giving them that entry. but this time around he was the one getting a lot of damage, and also did a good number of healing, 494 healing. But talking about this particular match, 3x again with 20 points, 52 Esports with 14 points, Regicide with 10 points. So consistently Regicide is playing, especially previous match 10 points, this match again 10 points. Magnus Esports with 10 points, so it will also put a lead in front of 7th Element as well. QWERTY with 8 points, North Esports H2E, another consistent kind of performance, I can say, above average, 7 points. Team Bublu with 6 points. So far, things are working out for H2E, North Esports, also for Regicide, the way they are performing, Yana.
Absolutely. I mean, I am very happy seeing a lot of new names coming up here on the first page. We are seeing 52 Esports, Regicide, North Esports, H2E, all these teams literally who were like on the lower side of the second page. They have come up back on top towards the match, and they have delivered the performance we were expecting. However, 1 for 1 official, hmm no, not giving us what we asked for, not giving us what we asked for just yet. 7th Element, slightly disappointing, but then again they do have quite a lot of wiggle room. Agon X8, I feel like they are literally on their way to the second page now.
Yeah, kind of. Though there is a big possibility after this particular match, they will eventually fall onto the second page, and this is not a good sight for all the I8 fans out there, because they want their team to be in top 3 at least. And so far it's not working out, but I'm pretty hopeful. They have played 3 of their matches for the day, and next one is their final match for Group A, and it will decide their fate whether they're going to play that extra Vikendi or not. But let's look at the overall leaderboard. Let's see where I8 is standing, where those major changes that happened after this previous match. And seeing those changes, 3x have 177 points in total, with having 16 points lead on top of Magnus's 161. Then we have 7th Element with 153 points, Quantum Rage with 130. There's been no change in the numbers of Quantum Rage, I guess, so they weren't playing this particular match. Yep, they weren't playing this match.
Yeah.
So Regicide on the other side, after 18 matches, they have 127, so they are definitely looking to dethrone Quantum Rage from 4th spot. H2E, great performance, great consistency. They are on 6th spot with 125 points. But seeing the numbers from Agon X8, Ayana, we can still take our words back. I don't feel like they will drop to the second page, but things are getting interesting, because as we can see, the Grounders with 93 points. If they play, the Grounders have also one more match left for the day. So yeah, I'm seeing possibility of freestyle dethroning, or maybe tough dethroning Grounders from the 12th spot.
Well, that might very well happen, and well, I do have expectations for 52 Esports too now, because they did deliver really well this time. It was though only one person surviving for the placement points for them, but it still looks like they are going to be able to make some more claim in the coming games. So I am not giving up completely on them either, because the Grounders have had a very rocky performance. One time they do good, they literally take the chicken, and then again they have fallen back. Like in this match itself, they had literally 0 points. That's just unacceptable, specifically considering that you're literally the 12th team. You have no wiggle room whatsoever. You want to solidify your position as soon as possible, because this does not look like something that can trail along a long way, considering they have just one match left, and right after that they will literally be seen either in Vikendi or not at all this week.
Yeah, well, it won't be a good sight for the Grounder fans, but again, this is what they are. They have just managed to aggregate for themselves so far in this whole league play, and any position they hold is something they deserve based on their performance. But few changes we just witnessed on the lower bottom, especially moving from 13th to 20th spot. There's been a slight shift of the positions, but not any major changes. Negative Esports still struggling with those numbers. HR, they are trying to find that momentum, which is kind of for now it's not happening for them. But we are moving to our final match for Group A, and the 4th match of the day, which is Sanhok, a fast-paced map, and I'm pretty sure everyone out there is been anxiously waiting for this particular map. Also, I can see the excitement in the face of Ehana as well. Ehana, you're excited for Sanhok?
Very much. I love the map. I've already said it a lot of times. I'm gonna say it every single day because it is gonna be there every single day. And Sanhok is the way to go. Okay? You cannot tell me otherwise. I'm not gonna listen because Sanhok is the best map there is. And it's just beautiful. And I don't have to
It is.
drive. And no matter where the plane path is, I can literally go to my own drop spot, that is Paradise Resort. Now everyone knows it, so feel free to come join me on a party at the resort whenever we get there. But for now,
Yeah.
there is no time to chill because there ain't no rest for the wicked, and all our teams are very, very, very wicked. They want to get to that top 12 position, make sure that it's solidified and it's unshakable in the next match so that they can play the big, big match that is waiting on the other side, that is Vikendi.
Yeah, the final match of the day by plane path, dissecting the map diagonally into two big halves, and seeing this, I believe Group B is sitting on the benches this time around. It's the final match for Group A, so TFT, TG, Team.The, Aegon XI8 is the final match of the day for them. And they just have to pray that they don't get dethroned, from their positions. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to qualify, especially for Team TG. TFT, I don't see them playing that Vikendi. Team.The also, there is no chances of them playing that Vikendi. So it's all down to Team TG and Team Aegon XI8. They're just praying for their position not to be switched by any other teams. But evenly dispersed teams, expecting some early clashes, but so far there are no early clashes. Every team is based on their positions. We are seeing Team Tough, very unique looting pattern. I really like it. You don't get much of the damage early on. Nobody can target you with this kind of formation. On the other side, 1-4-1, they dropped into the boot camp this time around, as Team QWERTY is not playing in this particular match, so they got the opportunity to just grab that extra loot in boot camp. As we know, it is rich with all those M4s and your favorite QBZs and good number of ammo you can grab on. So yeah, good start so far.
Yeah.
Very silent start, which is kind of giving us some more anxiety that eventually when the fights start breaking up, it will be difficult for us to just mention each and everything.
Absolutely. But well, as of now, I am literally seeing not much ruckus going on in Paradise Resort or boot camp. Makes me wonder if we're really at Sanhok, because how does this happen? People are not having drop clashes already at these two huge hotspots? Huh. Something is suspicious. I smell suspicious fish. And well,
It is fish.
yeah, I mean, smelling fish makes sense here considering it's a very water covered area. There's too much water everywhere. There's also swamps. So yeah. But
Yeah.
Ruins, R3G, they're looking good. Once the rotation inside the circle begins from the side of 7th element, R3G can have a good fight waiting for them. However, I am not seeing as much promise from the gun game coming in from the side of 7th element. Specifically, every time they lose Tokusaurus, they somehow manage to lose the game as well. They literally lose all of their expectations from their own selves, and that shows up in their performance. That literally does. But well, currently the proud owners of Paradise Resort, Magnus Esports, just running around having fun. They know there's nobody around them. They can chill as much as they want. But again, this is the map of Sanhok. You never know. You will never know how close someone is until you step on them and realize, oh, see, there was someone laying down here.
Sorry for that.
Sorry for that.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to
but-
step on you.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. Yeah, so it is the case in Sanhok. It's very difficult, especially for amateur players like me, to spot grass snakes. And some of the most poisonous snakes happen to be in Sanhok.
Yes,
So which
including me.
is which is not a good thing to have, but this is the beauty of Sanhok. Sanhok is full of surprises. You get premium loot, and now you're ready for those battles early on. We see kind of a guerrilla tactic kind of gameplay in here. We don't see much of the team gameplay. There's always one hero in Sanhok that saves you at the time when everything is going against you. So that's been a beauty of Sanhok since day one. But I still remember, Yana, the day they introduced Sanhok in PUBG Mobile. It was season 4.
Okay.
And previously, people knew that Sanhok was a map on PUBG PC, but the day they had it on Middle East servers,
Yeah.
everyone was trying to get into Sanhok, and we used to have like 8 to 10 minutes of matchmaking wait,
Wow.
which is very rare in Sanhok. Very rare you get like this kind of wait time, but it was so dense. Everyone was dropping on boot camp. Everyone, like within 10 minutes, the match was over. Chicken dinner, game over. And I still remember that. But let's see how difficult it will be for Magnus to spot Haji, which somewhat Starboy was trying to sense his surrounding, see maybe someone is laying down close by, but Haji could be a big problem for team Magnus Esports. Magnus Esports, they are trying to get hold of that hillside, as we were discussing previously, right next to Painan, because this is one of the favorite location for most of these teams. Painan, as we know, Bablu likes to drop there. Bablu always, once they're done with the loot, go up the hill and they try to make a setup for all those teams out there. But this time around, it's Magnus Esports already deploying the setup, taking their positions. Team Tough intel is already been given to the players, and the moment Team Tough will have some success against Team Magnus Esports, they will definitely capitalize on that, and they'll flush out the whole team.
Well, we might definitely see Magnus Esports capitalize on every single opportunity that they have, but right now, the one team I wanted to see consistently make good for themselves is struggling. 52 Esports is not looking good at all, and well, there they are. They've already lost a man. The other one is already in the crosshairs of Agonate I8. Uzmu, who we already know is really good with that gun game, and then makes it into a knock and then makes it into a complete frag. A good elimination coming in for the side of Agonex I8. It's literally like an easy frag coming towards them, but they're still going to be struggling with the zone a little. However, considering it's Sanhok, it's pretty easy to reach back into the circle, and it's again the first zone nonetheless, so they can have their time, they can have their fun, they can have all the chill that they want to enjoy around the area. But yes, it is not looking good for 52 Esports anymore, and the one solidified spot that they were looking for might not happen for them. However, Team Tough, they do have a couple of chances. They have this match, they have the next one. They might be able to make the best of it if they take the fight with the team to their east instead of the one in front of them, that is Magnus. Like, if they go for Magnus, that's not going to work out at all, but if they go for one, they might draw themselves a number of frags that can help them go forward into this whole climb. But looking at the teams, it seems like they are in quite a hurry to make sure that they make themselves present inside the play area, because again, in a map like Sanhok, the numbers diminish very quickly and you do not want to miss out on the action. So it's absolutely a requirement of the hour for the teams to just rush into the play area and make as many frags out of it as possible.
Yeah, again, nobody wants to take the risk of getting taken out by Playzone. It's a constant pressure. Sometimes you just can't keep up with the speed of the whole thing, and eventually can't even take a proper fight, I would rather say. But on the other side, Team Negative Esports against 52 Esports, 7 Element losing 2 of their players initially. Good setup by R3G, and it really helped them to get those numbers for themselves, 2 elimination for themselves. But 7 Element, after losing 2 of their players, now they'll be playing for that more of defensive strat. But 52 Esports, their final player is still there. Negative Esports, for the first time, they are pushing forward, which is kind of a unique thing to see. But I want to see more of this from Negative Esports. Negative Esports, they have that potential, and seeing them not doing well is it's not a good sight to have. But Negative Esports, after having won players from 52 Esports, they are feeling themselves, and now they will probably go for that witch hunt, which Joker 1 versus 99 is trying to avoid. But how long he can avoid? QR is also right next door. They have that altitude position. You cannot escape from the site. And also Bablu is also close by, which is making 52 Esports player more difficult to just survive as a solo.
Absolutely. But in the same time, I'm taking a look at the number of players for each team, and 7th Element has already dropped 2 without any frags on the board.
Yep.
As I was saying earlier as well, I mean, if Tokusaurus is gone, the team does not manage anything at all. And again, some of the very promising, very big names that we have on board are all falling down one after the other. We're seeing even XGeneration go down already. And well, yeah, I do gotta deflect a little Og in the drop. I know you just complained about it a little. I love the weapon. I love Og and Groza, both the drop weapons. I am very
Groza is a
comfortable
beast.
with both of them. Yeah, I know it is. But like, yeah, even if I have the opportunity to do so, I would actually run on a double loadout of one Og and a Groza. It's weird. People generally have either one pick out of the two because they generally feel like the other one is just completely on a different spectrum. But I
Yeah.
love the both of them. I don't know. It's something about me and the drops, I guess.
There's no match with Groza, because Groza, the stability is supreme. The
Yep.
way this thing, just runs by the ears of the enemies is like music for me as the one dealing the damage. But talking about AUG, the gun has like more stability issues. You cannot control it in long ranges. The accuracy is a real key thing for me. I'm a player who likes to play, especially with the guns that are stable and give like tap shots. But talking about tap shots, we are just seeing a spray from the side of Team Magnus Esports on the player of Team Star. Fury is slightly on that flanking angle, which can possibly surprise any of the players from Magnus Esports, but I am not seeing Fury doing much of the damage to the players of Magnus Esports, as he could possibly come across Magnus Drolin, which is already into the circle in a very good position. But there you go, look at faster the way this guy is climbing hills. It reminds me of this Indian movie Krish, something like that. Yeah. So there you go. Star Boy taking down Fury and Team Star without even making a mark, losing 2 of their players in the initials of the game. And Roland on the side got knocked out. I believe Tough, dealt that knock on Team Magnus Esports. Yep, they confirmed it. Another
Yep.
one down.
This is not looking good for the side of Magnus. I mean, they do have a couple of frags on their boards, but that's not gonna make it enough, because again, the race literally happens in the mid and the top wala race is much more aggressive, because you want to make sure that the throne is yours, because being in the top 3 just fuels that aggression way too much. And look at that, Aegon XI8 again, one more time, losing players, and that to who? To negatives. Okay.
Yeah, to Negative Esports, but I was about to point out Negative Esports lost one of their player buzzer to 52 Esports Joker, which is not a good thing to have. The guy is solo survivor. Why are you taking chances against that guy and leaving one of your players against him? But as we were talking about this, Team Star left for the lobby and an early finish for them. On the other side, IQ solo survivor and 52 Esports Joker, another solo survivor. QR Halsey will possibly go for that search operation against Aegon Exide IQ. But it feels like it's difficult for Team QR to spot this guy at this very moment. But Team TFD pushing forward. XG Hunter is the only player right now trying to be that solo wall of defense for Team XGeneration, but somewhat got damaged from TFD. But TFD, after having 2 of their players knocked out, they pushed forward and cleaned wiped XGeneration. All of these 4 eliminations are in the backpack of XGeneration, but it's the third phase of the game. They cannot revive their players, fallen comrades, and they have to somewhat just resort in saving themselves at this very moment, and eventually heal up and move forward into the circle. But IQ, after giving away his position, now players from Q are pushing forward. But that was a splendid shot, I must say, on Senior, and now Senior is waiting for that revive eagerly.
Absolutely. R3G, on the other hand, was trying to make a mark for themselves like they did yesterday, but they are gonna fail against who? Hellraisers? Why am I always coming in at the time of fights which are literally unexpected and unimaginable to a huge extent? And I mean, in the meanwhile, TFD, again, they lost to who? The place. Okay, no, that's not unimaginable. That happens all the time to TFD. But yeah,
Yes.
going back into the game, Magnus Esports currently they do not look like they're in a very optimal position. Even though they have two men standing, that's just two. That's too little for a team to be able to make a good mark in a map like Sanhok. However, it feels like 1-for-1 Habshi definitely has his eyes set on the compound that they're holding. He's going to make sure that he takes care of all the surrounding areas as well. Because, again, as you said, Sanhok is a map of surprises and anyone can pop out of anywhere. So, every single, nook and corner needs to be checked constantly. But Magnus, on the other hand, they are going to be making sure that they have enough smoke cover to be able to move across from the compound they're already holding. But they have zero idea of the positioning of 1-for-1 official. The only team they are bothered by right now is TFD. This is gonna be a pleasant surprise.
Let's see how pleasant it is. And so far, it's not looking like that. But TFD, after having a good fight against Team XGeneration, two of the surviving players also being taken down from the lobby. But 7 elements keeping themselves busy. Two of their players have 3 eliminations in their backpack. Magnus with 2 surviving players. They are just trying to break the morale of the players of 1-4-1, which is someone in this somehow in this match got some of the momentum going for themselves. But Zipian with that Molotov, he's trying to push forward. He's doing anything possible. But there you go, beautiful utility following up to and they will also possibly spot Star Boy as well, which is taking cover of a border at this very moment. But Hapshi on the other side taking a knock from Negative Esports with 2 of their players surviving. This is something extraordinary. I was expecting them to have 3 of their players up, but somewhat they never disappointed me in losing their players, and now they're surviving 2 of them. But there you go, Starboy confirming the final player from 1-4-1. 2 of the kills go to Team Negative, and 1 kill goes to Magnus Esports Starboy. So Magnus with their solo survivor. Team TG's players are trying to keep their players safe from the wrath of Bablu, and Bablu Wasi confirming the kill of Chosen Boy as well. So leaving Team TG down to 2 man. So as we were saying, they will definitely push up to the Painan Hill, and here we see Team Bablu up on the hill, and they are picking up frags from this high position.
Well, Team Bablu does have a great positioning for themselves, and specifically Vasi, he's finding, already on the upper edge of the hill, but then also finding another rock to climb up on to have even more altitude advantage, even though I don't know what use it is going to be to him, considering the fact that the play zone has already shrunk a lot, and everything that is inside the play zone is already in his, view from the hill itself. However, the team is definitely going to make things difficult for the side of the grounders, and the grounders will have no more ground to come up on. They are going to have to find themselves not surviving anymore after this shot, and that it is reviews just shutting down the complete team, and that's the elimination of the grounders on the 8th position with only 1 frag. So that's like a total of 2 points. Not good.
Yeah, but I'm seeing one interesting thing is that 7 element, they are pushing forward. They have taken down Team Bablu Pikachu. Bablu is down to 3 men. It's a 2v3 situation. Could be something that 7 element can handle on their own, but Tokosaurus is still surviving. T24 OP, the way this guy is closing in on Team Bablu, this could be a big headache for Team Bablu to deal with in coming phases of the game. But the Negative Esports, they're keeping themselves busy. Shair with another knock on Team Tough, and possibly will confirm the kill as as well, also taking one down from Team QR. So Negative Esports, again, things are working out for them. They have 5 eliminations in their backpack. They have a good cover position for them, and that's what Negative Esports were aiming to get somehow in this particular match. But Freestyle with 4-man standing, giving that vibe that possibly they could be the winner of this particular match. But Team Tough, after having that player knocked out, the final surviving player is there with the hope that he possibly will be able to pick one of his fallen comrades. But it's getting difficult. Things are packing up. Players are moving closer to each other. And good news for 7 Element is they don't have any immediate threat except Pablo. Team QR, they're looking toward the direction of Negative Esports as they lost one of their players to Negatives. So it's easy for 7E to just slowly and steadily creep into the circle for themselves.
Well, 7th Element definitely has a much advantageous position compared to the rest of the teams, and if Team Bablu is one that they are able to pick off on, they might definitely have much of an upper hand into this fight going forward. Even though we are still seeing 6 teams surviving, there's very little hope for Negatives or QR or TUF, to be very honest. Out of all the ones that have only 2 players surviving, 7E is the only one that we can have hopes from. And well, look at that. Just as I was talking about these teams, Tough already lost Haji, and now it's all on to M7. I don't think, will get the chance to go ahead for any revivals, and the Blue Zone will already shut Haji down, and there he goes. Tough loses M7 as well. Freestylers, they do have all 4 men standing, but their performance has declined quite a bit since their chicken. So I am not expecting huge things from them. But I am expecting something at least. But however, it seems like the circle, the altitude, the weaponry, the aim game, none of it is in their favor as of now compared to the rest of the teams. However, when I talk about the rest of the teams, the Negatives are not included. Not just yet.
Yeah, Negative somewhat managed to, just be in top 5. QR is pushing in. They're close by, and it is also, giving that tingling feeling to Negative Esports, which is not a good thing to have in this phase of the game. It is, just taking away the opportunity from Negatives to take few players from Freestyle, but having Bablu taking care of that is something we would like to see. Let's see how Bablu reacts to that. But Freestyle Fuzzy with a great reflex, taking down one of the players from Team Bablu. Now Team Bablu is left with 2 of the players. Freestyle is pushing upward. Drop shot will also get healed up, and in the meanwhile, Team UR will confirm the players of Team Negative. The guy was flashed, and still he managed to take down both of the players of Negative. This is the kind of level of expertise seniors have. But Teen Wolf Bablu taken down, and this is where Team 7 Element wants to push in. Just want to confirm the final few players of our Team 7 Element. But look at this. Last player is confirmed, and Freestyle, they are just going for that chicken dinner. They are still looking for the final player, but here you go. They spotted and confirmed, and the chicken dinner goes to Team Freestyle. This is day of comeback, guys. This is the day of new stars rising up from the midst of the darkest nights, and that's what we are seeing. Team Freestyle doing for themselves. Another great performance by Freestyle, but close to the average one, I would rather say. The kill numbers is only 10 eliminations, which is they can do better than Sanhok, but they survived with 4 of their players, which is wonderful performance by their side.
Absolutely. However, their overall ranking has jumped up quite a bit. From all the way to not knowing if they're even going to play Vikendi, they have acquired rank 10. If they solidify on it a little bit more, just a little bit more, they might be able to make themselves a great position in the whole leaderboard. However, we'll talk more about this on the other side of the tiny little break that we have here. Welcome back everyone to PMPL Pakistan Spring 2023, and we just saw a comeback match for the side of Freestylers. How are you feeling about it, Ehsan?
This is a good sight to see because Freestyle, they've been up to the mark, especially on day 2, day 3. But since then, we haven't seen much coming from their side. But it's a good change, especially on the last day of the week. And I'm hoping that Freestyle, after this performance in the coming matches, also will shine as well with good numbers. At least I want them to have an average of 10 points in the coming matches as well. But it's good to see the players were up. Everybody was just reacting in the right way, the way Freestyle wanted it, especially against the fight with Bablu. It was that key fight which ended up having them win the chicken dinner. If they would have messed up bad there, it would be difficult for us to even decide which one's gonna win the chicken dinner. But guys, we have to look at the most valuable player of this very particular match. It is Team 7th Element's Tokosaurus with 5 elimination in his backpack, making his team to top 3. And also at the same time with 143 healing, 801 damage, which is a good number of damage for a guy with this kind of performance with 5 eliminations and 20 minutes of survival. So 2 players of Team 7 Element, they managed to survive till the final circles in Sanhok, which is again giving us hope that in the final match of the day, 7 Element have few surprises for us that they can unveil at that very point.
Absolutely, and they have one more match to go still, so we are gonna stay powered up and hyped up for their performance coming in the next map, which is gonna be Erangel one more time for the night.
Erangel, as we all know, is one of the key map where we
Yep.
can expect anything to happen. And right now, my expectations are just pointing toward Freestyle having a consistent performance, or maybe we could see a final winning match from 7 Element, just reclaiming their
Yep.
first position once again. But 3x is making things difficult for Magnus and 7 Element as well, because the way 3x managed to have that lead of 16 points, it seems difficult for any other team out there to just get something out of these coming matches. But talking about the top players of this particular match, we have Alean. Again, we have 420 Boy. Then we have Reviews. He was very clinical against the fight with the grounders. Then we have Negatives Shahir. Negatives is a very good side for you guys. Just make this thing another motivation for yourself, because one of your players appeared in the top players of this Sanhok. Negative did a wonderful job, but somehow they couldn't defend themselves against Team QR. And moving forward, we have Malik again. When it's freestyle time, it's Malik time as well, with 4 eliminations, 512 damage, and 21 minutes of survival. I'm seeing freestyle nowadays. The kind of communication in-game communication is happening between freestyle. It's looking like they have cracked the code for themselves, and they are aiming for that first spot as well. But talking about my summary, we have 7 Element Alean with highest eliminations, highest damage. Then we have T24 OP with highest assists. So it's more of 7 Element game as well. Ihana.
Yep, they did perform very well. They did show up their true colors, but it still did not turn out to be as good as we were expecting it to be from their side. However, again, it was Sanhok. It's a map that is pretty random. You don't have much strat going on in that. It's very very surprise oriented. So I feel like in Erangel, if they continue the momentum, we might see them take another chicken, because again, 7th Element nonetheless is the Erangel king as of now. They have like 3 back-to-back victories on Erangel. It's just amazing.
Yeah, but it's been initially we were saying that Miramar is their strong map, but they
That's
proved
the
us
first
wrong.
map, yeah.
They got the victories on Erangel. Now very good match on Sanhok as well. So it's kind of a more balanced team. And one thing we didn't notice much in the lineups, if you have noticed, QR have Divine playing for them today, and Goku board is playing with 7 Element, which is another mystery I will discuss with you post show. But
Okay.
it is what I noticed in the second match of the day. But let's see how the management let this thing slide. But Hellraiser on the other side, again, 0 placement points, 3 elimination points for themselves. Regicide with 3 points. Not a good match for them, but they still have another match left. Aegon Excite with their final match, only 3 points. XGeneration with 2 points in this match. Grounders in their final match with only 2 points. 1-for-1 with 1 points, where they had a whole control on Magnus, especially in that moment where they had the Zibian knocked out as well, but still they somehow let that thing, slip through the cracks of their hands somehow. But talking about overall leaderboard, let's see what changes we are going to witness after this Sanhok.
Ooh.
Here we go.
It's pretty much looking the same, but the gap between Seventh Element and Magnus now stays of only 2 points. Only 2 points. And Aegon X8 now has no chance of making any groundbreaking discoveries, groundbreaking scores, because it's done and dusted for them for the night. However, they are not going to be much threatened because other than Team H2E and XGeneration, who both aren't delivering their best in consistency, we might just see them sticking to top 12 in any case. So we are going to see them again in Vikendi, but it's a good break that they require and need. Oh my god, if you think about Group E,
Yep.
all the teams from Group E that are going to make it into Vikendi have 5 matches in a row. Wow. Tiring.
Which is again a good opportunity for them to practice before that 1 day break that is going to come between week 2 league play and week 1. So again, 5 consecutive matches. Talking about this Sanhok, it changed few things on the second page as well. The grounders won't be able to participate in the coming match. QWERTY, they improved themselves and now they are aiming for that first page. teams.The have an opportunity, 52 Esports have an opportunity to get to the top 12. Also, we can possibly see 40 Devils, but there's no chance. This is kind of a far cry for them now. But let's see what happens in the final match of the day, especially final match of the league play of this week, one for PMPL Pakistan. But we have to see which 12 teams going to show up on Vikendi and experience that chilly battleground and just give some taste of that led to their opposition.
Well, we'll definitely see that, but I am more excited to see who from the from the ones among 11 to 15 shakes grounds for the other teams, becomes a difficult hindrance for the other teams while making their way into Vikendi, because that's going to be really interesting. I mean, there may be teams who have just relaxed back, who feel like, okay, we've done all we can, who are from Group A, and they're like sitting assured that they're going to be in the top 12. They wait one
Yeah.
whole match trying to prepare themselves, and at the end of the match they discover they're not even on the leaderboard top 12 anymore, and it's just going to be so disheartening.
Yeah, except Aegon Exide, I don't see any of the teams from Group A going for the Vikendi. All of these teams are on the second page,
True
and most
that.
of them are struggling. And seems like it's as you said, done and dusted for those
Yeah.
teams. But let's see who is that final passenger that will show up, in the carriage for the Vikendi. The moment we will, leave for the final match of the day. But seeing the situation, I feel like some of these teams have momentum for the day. Freestyle, a good performance after all. They have that warm up, that confidence skyrocketed already. On the other side, we have Regicide performing continuously with a consistent, gameplay, and I see them, performing well in the coming match as well. But let's see what Seven Element is gonna do, because Seven Element with the previous match again, just lighten up our hopes, and I'm hoping that in the final Erangel they will show us something clinical.
Well, definitely. I am waiting for Seventh Element to show up to the mark, because, I mean, all the teams that were around them have already started doing that. I still, again, I don't know how many times I have to say this. XGeneration is trailing now. Like, initially, okay, they did not have chickens all through, got it. But they were performing so well. They were literally on the top of the leaderboard for one whole day without having a single chicken. I don't know what happened to them. I mean, is there something wrong with what they're eating right now? I mean, uh, did you not eat the same exact thing that you ate on the first day? I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but it's definitely not looking best for them, considering the fact that it's literally, I don't know, it's heartbreaking to see a team like that just announces and claims the throne on the first day itself, makes it loud and clear for everyone else that there's someone to watch out for, and then just disappears from the eyes completely.
Yeah, that's the reason why we say we have a litmus test of 3 days here in Pakistan region. If a team's consistently perform for 3 days in the initial of a tournament, we give them, that respect. We give them that honor that they deserve, because otherwise, some of these teams they start with a bang in the initials, but once they are kind of tired, uh, I would say, I don't know if it's the right word to use, but once they are tired with their fast sprint, they somewhat slow down and everybody just leave them behind. And that's been the case for X Generation. And again, as we were mentioning day before yesterday as well, I was mentioning this on the other desk. Also, we did discuss with you as well yesterday that X Generation, their performance is more of dependent on two players. It's either Hunter or either Shamir Boy.
Yeah,
Today we
we
saw
did see
Thug
Thug
with
though,
wonderful
yeah.
performance in Miramar, but otherwise Psycho and Thug they rarely show up to the party, and eventually it's more of hard work on Shamir Boy and Hunter. So which is not a good thing to have. If the whole team is playing as a team, as a unit, it's easy for you to maintain the consistency. Otherwise, if one of your top players just fall earlier on, the whole morale goes down and the performance just become an haphazard.
I completely agree with that. But that just reiterates one of the points that I was talking about earlier as well. Even for Seventh Element, it's similar. I'm not saying that the rest of the team does not step up, but I do feel like whenever Tokusaurus is unavailable, the team just shatters. Like the last
Yeah.
game, they literally had only two players surviving, only two.
Yep.
But because one of them was Tokusaurus, they made it all the way to top few survivors, and not only that, they secured themselves the second position on the map. So this is surprising that the presence of one single player can literally shake the team that much. Because once Tokusaurus is gone, even if they are three men surviving, they do not make it beyond like 10 positions.
Yeah, it's kind of something hard to explain, but it is kind of a pattern we have noticed. If we are wrong, just do share it with us. What's the point? What's the whole thing about? What's the secret recipe? But Talkosaurus, this guy have guts. The way he just play independently away from his team as a free man, and try to gather that intel, that quality intel, which helps Seven Element rest of the players to just capitalize on that, having to know the exact position of the players, because in a battle royale it's very critical to have the exact position of the player. Otherwise, it's a big space. Players can change position, can surprise you from anywhere, and if in any case you're not careful enough, you'll be the first one giving your ghost away. So that's the whole point of having Talkosaurus very clinical in the performance of Seven Element. But talking about this particular match, guys, we have a very unique first circle. I8 is not playing, so Snowball Military Island is open for anybody to grab. Novo Repnoi, again, it's open. I don't know why HR dropped in Georgia Pole. They could have easily gone to Novo Repnoi. The moment HR Adnan will see this circle, is definitely going to give a call out, guys, grab the vehicles. We are leaving for our hometown, Novo Repnoi,
Definitely.
because it's right in midst of the first circle and could possibly be a part of next two phases as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm surprised by the picks from the side of HR as well, because HR generally likes to drop in military base and guard the bridge. Even though they do it very unsuccessfully, they do like to do it. And considering the fact that Aegon XI8 was on not even playing this map, they could have definitely done that and known that it's going to be an easy loot, easy hold for them. And it was literally going to be their island, the whole island. I don't know what's happening there, but okay, to each their own, I guess. And well, the drop location of Team Star has been capitalized by Team Negatives this time. I see some disparity here because like every single time Team Negatives just drops at a completely random location, and it's generally a location previously acquired by some other team, and they just feel like, okay, you know what, that team isn't playing this time, so let's just go here. It needs to be set in stone for the team to know exactly what they have in mind to do, instead of just following some other team's strat, or actually not even the complete strat. They literally just follow the drop like location, and that's not helping them. By now they should realize that it's literally going to be the 20th match they're playing. If they don't notice it still, I don't know when they will.
Oh yeah, but sometime if things are not working out for you, you have to change them quick. Otherwise, it's too late. And by that time, if you have the realization is of no good, and eventually, your team will have to wait for the next season. You know, so if you're just anxious enough to make the change, gain something out of this PMPL, or at least good experience out of this PMPL, just change things out. You're not the best among. If you have a sense that you feel like you're not the best among the lobby, just make sure that you try to see it as a practice against the best and improvise. Try to look for those weaknesses in your opponents, and just capitalize on that. Just improve your sense of punishing opposition, and I believe you will find something that will start working out for you, and could be something unique associated to you as a unique strategy. So as I would totally agree with you, the point that you mentioned here, Ayana, it is valid point, and if teams, any of the management guys are listening to this, definitely they should look into this.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do need assistance on that one. However, looking back at the teams, QWERTY, pretty separated. Doesn't matter though. Team Bablu, already Pikachu is on his knees, has no support around him whatsoever, and 52 Esports has a golden opportunity to actually make sure that they get a frag. Literally being on his knees, Pikachu is still making it difficult for 52 Esports to go for him. They could have literally finished him in no time at all, but they're gonna let him stay there to bleed out on his own, not capitalize on his loot if he has any. And I mean, they don't know that Bablu isn't around, right? I mean, we know it, we can see the map. They can't. They should have charged in and made sure that they confirmed it into a kill. But in any case, they got that one. Kudos. But yeah, I still
Yeah,
feel
this,
like they should have gotten it by themselves instead of just waiting for the guy to bleed out.
this is what happens when things are not working out for you. You're not doing well. You see your points, they're not the one that you expected, and it happens to you somewhat in your subconscious that you don't feel that confident anymore, and you don't make those moves which are pretty obvious. Everybody can see it. You should have done that, but you don't get the courage to just go for that.
Yep.
But let's see what 52 Esports have. Previously, we saw them shining bright in Miramar. And this time around, it's Erangel 52 Esports. They have the stronghold on this map as well. All of these guys in their previous teams, wherever they used to play, they were pretty clinical on this map. And now I want them to perform as a unit, especially in this final map. Just give it a go. Just see it as the last match of the week, and just enjoy yourself and make the maximum out of it. Make life difficult for other players around you. But
Yeah.
XGeneration, Team Tug. XGeneration Thug realizes NES is close by. The guy just changes position right away, and he has that support. That's the reason why he is just dwelling here. Otherwise, they will be pretty quick. This guy would have left for the shelter area, and now, after realizing, getting the intel that there is one more team close by, there are more angles being generated on this guy. It's good decision from Tug to just move on and go for another place to hold on to. But NES on the other side, Snow is playing today, which is again, let's see what NES will get out of this. But it's a good side to see the veteran player playing. He's been the IGL of this side for so long. I'm sharing this information just out of my admiration for the guy. Otherwise, NES were doing wonderful with their previous combination, but let's see what Snow has to offer to the team.
Absolutely. And I mean, if NES does make it to the top 12 teams and goes for Vikendi, having snow on your side makes a lot of sense because, like, Vikendi is a snowy map. Well, I am seeing a lot of teams trying to make their way back into the circle. I'm surprised by the way the moves are coming in from the side of freestylers. They're going all the way to the military base. I have no idea why. Maybe they'll change their route eventually. And yes, they started to. The play zone is chasing them. 52 Esports, one player is still all the way in south of Pochinki. However, he does have clear route to himself and a vehicle in hand. But freestylers might just get a chance to, shoot their shots on him and make life difficult for 52 Esports. However, talking about 3x, hmm, things are going to get a little bit difficult. Just a little bit, but things are going to get difficult. While talking about the inside of the circle, the Novorepnoy bridge is being left all to itself. There's no guarding going on there because the teams, I think, do not expect anyone to be coming from the side of military base. So let's see how many teams 3x is going to be able to capture by surprise.
Yeah, because the plane path, it was making thing pretty clear for most of the IGLs that the kind of plane path it was. There's a very rare chance that someone would drop this far south on the map. So it was something R3G didn't set up for. On the other side, also we saw no one is just camping the bridge, which is a good thing for Team 3x. They have the premium loot now, and now they will move toward the circle as well. But circle is about to take its first shift. We have lost two of the players overall in the lobby. One Poplu Pikachu, and the second one is from Magnus as well. So Poplu and Magnus are the one dealing the damage initially in this particular match. But otherwise, we are seeing, it's everything is peaceful. Nobody's going for those early skirmishes, and so far the kind of circle it is, there's plenty of space for everyone to grab onto a good position to hold on to, or at least have a better cover for themselves. But south side, there's some migration happening. 7E, now they have to leave the farm area. They have to move up slightly up toward the shelter. But let's see which place they will be able to capture from themselves, because this is the last match of the day, and team 7E wants to get maximum out of it. But NES Nightmare versus Magnus Esports. Magnus Esports, after losing one of their player, rather than going on a defensive mode, they are going a little more offensive and charging in, giving some damage to the players of NES. But NES, with this kind of spread out formation, it will be hard for Magnus Esports to pinpoint the players and eventually wipe out the whole squad.
Definitely, NES is going in for a very, crucial strategy here. Having the spread out definitely is going to make it very, very difficult for Magnus Esports to make sure that they're able to, launch their nades in the right direction and cause enough damage to actually put NES on the back foot. Right now, they haven't done so successfully. So we are going to be seeing NES still surviving. And I feel like there's going to be a lot more aggression coming in from the teams towards the top side, at least in this map, considering the fact that they already know they're going to be in the top 12. Now, all they want is to be there on a better position so that the overall rankings give them a beneficial, lookout onto the bonus points that come in for the weekly league positions. So definitely going to be seeing much more aggression coming in from the top teams. Even the lower teams are going to try and make sure that they are able to take away as many points as possible from the side of the other surviving teams that are going to be able to make it to the top 12, because many of them do know that for them it's already done and dusted. However, the ones that we are seeing in this particular matchup, there's very few who cannot make it into the top 12. There's very few.
Yeah, but 52 Esports getting the maximum out of the situation against Team Freestyle, but Tough is also trying to pick the knocked players from 52 Esports. 52 Esports, after losing one of their players in the process, now they are backing up and will go for the fight once they are done with the freestyle knocked players. Malik is the only surviving player on the freestyle. Freestyle was the one dealing damage on the players of Tough. Now Tough and 52 Esports are making sure that Freestyle leave for the good in this lobby. But Team Tough on the other side, Freestyle Malik, the solo survivor, 52 Esports, after resetting themselves, they will go for that player. They will try to find that player for them and finish the final one. And there you go, NES take that kill for themselves. So Potato and the whole surrounding is kind of more populated. There's been a lot of newcomers, new tenants coming in, and it is getting difficult for everyone to just have a comfortable place for themselves. So they have to do this and eventually take matters in their own hand. But Adnan taking down 52x Chotu. 52 with this number of eliminations, I believe they can, if they will be able to survive with 3 players, can manage to get up to the top 5 position as well. But tough Joker for solo survivor. Magnus on the other side losing another player, I guess so. The team is far away, but Pablo is pushing on Magnus player. Zen is the final player surviving, and Reviews is making way difficult for Zen to get a position to hold on and heal, and that's where Bablu will confirm that kill as well. So Magnus is left with only 1 player, and it's time where Bablu will confirm this kill as well, and Magnus will be with a solo survivor.
Well, Magnus is definitely going to be looking, from the outside in on this match at least. They are going to be able to revive one of their players, I feel like. But that's about it. And I guess, well, yeah, they did revive 1 player. So they have 2 standing for themselves. But Choto is already knocked and the zone is coming in onto him. So Choto is not going to have enough opportunity to make sure that he goes ahead and supports the team the way we want him to. So there comes his elimination, and it's a single player surviving from the side of Team 52 Esports as well as of now, because there's another one on the knees already. The whole area around Quantum Rage has turned into a fire pit. Oh, they still go into the fight and make the best of it. That shotgun really helped them on this position, and Divine is just gonna be able to make sure that he makes the best out of it. But no, he gets shot from a long distance.
Good shot.
Woo! This was
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
It was good, but let's see what HR have in the book for Team QR, because seems like after Divine, it will be difficult for Team HR to save Tiers as well. The guy is already solo in the mix, and let's see how difficult it will be for Team QR to push onto him. Tiers low on HP, and now Tier is down. QR will revive their player. Divine on the other side is already been taken out, so it's a 2v2 situation against HR versus Team QR. But HR Masabi, he is pushing forward. HR have enough of this. It's been a long while they have dominated in a fight, and now they managed to confirm all the players from QR. But oh my god, the nightmare is not getting over for HR. The moment they do something clinical, they wipe out a squad, they are left with only 2 players, or maybe in a position where they get third parties and eventually get eliminated.
Well, in the meanwhile, Tokosaurus has been knocked down. Tabby is gonna arrive on the occasion to try and save him, but RF is still standing from the side of North Esports and might be able to create more difficulties for the team of 7th Elements. However, if the revival is possible and is done in time, they will still have play zone to face. It's not going to be a long distance, and well, I feel like
Bablu is
Tokosaurus
out.
has already come all the way in alongside Tabby. But yes, in the meantime, Bablu was taken completely out with only 3 points for themselves.
Yeah, but I believe so. Tokosaurus revival is made possible by Tabby. 7 Element, the guys are very good with picking up their fallen comrades. And if 7 Element keeps on doing like this, I'm pretty sure the guys will have a brighter future ahead of them. But talking about the particular situation, NES having Snow by their side, the confidence is on a different level for these guys. The way these guys are picking eliminations right, left, center, it shows that NES are here for the business, and they want to give a difficult time to the players of HR and Team 7 Element. But where is HR now? HR, 2 of the players still surviving in the same compound, and how long they will survive there, because the moment they leave that compound, it's a risky one. There's a lot of open area around it, and it would be difficult for them to find a hard cover for themselves. But XGeneration pushing forward to H2E. A beautiful nade from Rex. H2E, they are doing wonders, but let's see if this nade will pick any of the players. But another nade going in. It was difficult for Alpha Boy. Asser taking down Alpha Boy, and the final player from Another Alpha Boy is there also. H2E Rex will take care of the final player of XGeneration. And another jump shot. Beautiful jump shot from Rex. And oh, what a close call. But it was a very clinical performance by Alpha Boy, I must say. Now it's time where the Asad will push in. Tarzan also low on HP. Tarzan have to join into the fight, otherwise it will be difficult for Team H2E to survive, because 3x is also eyeing on the same position.
Well, absolutely, but there is not much time that XGeneration is gonna have for the reset. They are going in for it. Alpha Boy has recovered completely, but XG Hunter is definitely gonna have nades tossed at him. HR has, however, withdrawn from the fight, so it's only H2E that XG has to worry about, and it's a very equal fight in matter of compounds and matter of man count and every way. So it feels like HG still has a chance of surviving on the map. However, I am surprised by the maximum number of frags coming in from the side of 1-1, even though they're surviving with only 2 players on their side. It's not going to be very beneficial towards the end of the circle, but it's still something that they can hope on, still something that they can pray on. But yes, 7th Element, the only team still surviving with all 4 members. However, the number of frags on their side still sticks to just 1.
Yep, 7 Elements still 4-man standing, the only team with that person advantage. But H2E versus XGeneration, the fight is not getting over. H2E still wants to get those players eliminated. They just want to clear their surroundings out. Having that peace of mind is good. But look at this very good position for Alpha Boy 77. Look at Shamir missing out those shots. It was a clear headshot, but it's time where he has to push forward on Tarzan. Tarzan low on HP, got a headshot from Alpha 7 Boy. It's a 2v2 situation. Alpha 77, he is pushing forward. It's Asad time now to join in, but Alpha 77, GG's another one down. I believe this guy is going to take care of the whole situation. Alpha Boy 77 confirming all 3 kills on H2E, and H2E with that surprise on their face. They didn't realize they will get 1v3 like this. And XGeneration still surviving 5 eliminations in their backpack, but 7 Element only 1 success so far. But the good thing is they are still 4-man up, and now they have somewhat made pretty close to the next circle as well.
Absolutely. XGeneration, I did notice one more time what you had already mentioned, that it's generally Hunter and Shamir Boy, and it's still those two surviving from the team and making sure that the team still has frags. And Shamir Boy is the only one who has actually collected frags overall for the team of XGenerations. However, Magnus Esports, Hellraisers, QWERTY, all 3 look like they are in deep puddle right now. It does not seem like they have any opportunity of coming back up and actually participating into the fights that are going to be more substantial for the teams, because again, they have a huge man count loss and they're still fluttering around with 1 frag each. The only team with 1 frags that is still in a good position is 7th Elements. Other ones are not looking as good. However, I am not going to give up on 3x or XGeneration or even North Esports just yet, because all 4 of these teams do show very promising gameplays. They have good number of frags to themselves, and they are going to be able to make sure that if they are able to invest on even 1 frag on the side of 7th Elements, they can convert it into an advantage for the team. However, for now, 7th Element is involved in a fight against XGeneration. It's going even Steven, because they both have taken 1 frag each from each other's lobbies, but it's still an advantage for 7th Elements because they have 3 men surviving, while XGeneration on the other hand has just 1.
Yeah, but after losing the player to Alpha Boy 77, I believe this is the time where 7 Element have to push forward. It's the only solo survivor. Alpha Boy 77, don't give him much of the time to revive himself and eventually be that thorn in the eyes of the whole 7E. But pushing forward, let's see what Alpha Boy 77 has got for all of us, and eventually 7E will take care of that, and XGeneration will leave on the rank 8 with only 6 elimination in their backpack. But 7E losing their player is not a good thing to have. This was something I believe the team should have covered and at least watch that angle from where their player got knocked out. But 3x, now it's time for them to push forward on HR. 2 players surviving. Adnan taking down Capybara, and also Adnan giving more damage to other two players of Team 3X. Come back, taking more damage as well. Masabi is being clinical, but the nade from Zerbav taking down, not leaving his position. And now Masabi pushing forward. It's a 2v1 situation, and no comeback will take care of it, and HR will leave at the 7th spot with only one elimination in the backpack. So script is, just repeating itself again and again. Even if you have wiped out QR, you still have only 1 point in your backpack. The rest of the kills were confirmed by someone else.
Well, yes, we are seeing a lot of people capitalize on each other's, damage, and that is how we saw Nightmare, be one of those sneaky players. However, right now, oh my
beautiful.
God, he has
Groza.
been able to, yes, he definitely very well shut Magnus down, and right now Zibian is going to be the one man standing tall for the team. He does have the capabilities of actually going in and converting this fight to his advantage, but he do not has the HP to support that, no healings to support that either, and there are utilities that can be used from the side of North Esports that are going to make it very, very difficult for Magnus Esports to even survive right now. There comes a nade soon as the door opens, and then it will blast out. Does not convert into much damage as expected, but it's still gonna be a much bigger priority to make sure that there is cover provided for Nightmare, but that is not gonna work out enough. The smokes could not cover Nightmare, and now Mars is the only man surviving from the side of North Esports. It's like it's almost done and dusted for the side of NES, considering the fact that Magnus has not only sustained Zibian but also revived faster 20. And look at that, they are trying to sandwich NES Mars. There is a lure coming in from the side of Faster 20, and it's also going to push Zibian out. That was a very tactical gameplay coming in from the two only players from the side of Magnus. And right now, it looks like 3X is also going deep in trouble. The only team looking like they have the best of man count advantage is 7th Element.
Yeah, 7th Element, Tokusaurus is still up, so it's a good omen for 7th Element as well. Talking about 3x, two of their surviving player, one got revived. It's only one shack they have to take care of first before even mingling with Magnus Esports. It's 1-4-1. Two of the surviving player, they've been sitting in this position for a long time, but another utility being traded, Capybara low on HP. Utility also being thrown toward the side of team 1-4-1. It's time both of these guys will leave for the lobby, because one nade will do the damage and will make them a direct flight for the next match as well. But Magnus Esports, we are down to last 4 of our squads. We have QWERTY, Wolverine, somewhat still surviving. Told you will become a fan of this guy as well at the end of PMPL. But Wolverine still surviving, solo survivor. This guy somewhat have that game sense, that knowledge, that how to survive solo for this long. He is low on HP, but let's see how far he can go. Possibly will take care of some of the players from 3x as well. But 7E, they're trying to get the map control. The maximum is better. The more you get, it's better for your team, and that's what 7E is trying to capitalize on.
Well, 7E is going again for the same strat that they used a long time ago when they have one player going around in the vehicle, trying to attract all the attention to himself and give the other players a chance on taking the shots. However, I feel like this is not the best move, at least right now, because they are outside the circle. They still have to make their way in, and if they reveal their position in trying to do this, they might not have much left for them. Look at that, Tokusaurus goes so close to no comeback. He's attracting all the bullets towards himself, but 3X is gonna be suffering some rats coming in from the side of the teammates from the side of 7th Elements. However, right now Tokusaurus seems like he has lost quite a lot of HP, and there it is, no comeback. Already expires 3x completely. This is a very beneficial situation for 7th Element. It's a 3v2v1. However, you cannot count Magnus out completely just yet. And actually, even QWERTY, as you were talking, Wolverine, definitely a very good game sense holding player, a very veteran player, definitely can make a change in this. It's not an easy win for anyone, no matter the man count, no matter the position on the map. It's still gonna rely completely on how well you are able to face the other person.
Yeah, I'm still not counting the winners until Wolverine is still surviving, because anything can happen. this guy can pull off impossible in any situation. But seeing that the moment Tabby confirmed the final kill on 3x, he somewhat realized there is also another player at the back end, which is throwing all these smokes. So 7 Elements is going to take care of Wolverine as well. They will do those random sprays and eventually catch him randomly in between the smokes or somewhat like that. But Magnus Esports, they're keeping a low profile. They're not making much of a noise, keeping 7th Element to keep guessing where they are, and eventually just strike them from unknown, and give them a surprise, which just 7 Element won't like it. But Tabby, with this kind of flanking position, it gives 7 Element a peace of mind that they won't get breached like that if Tabby is still holding that position.
Definitely, but right now I feel like the best thing to do for 7th Element is hide one of their players. Like, remember the time we saw the map of Miramar and one player was literally just hiding inside a vehicle? If 7th
Yeah,
Element
but
does that, I mean, they could have all the intel they want from the fights that the other two are taking, and the team is filled with capable players who can actually go ahead and capitalize on those fights initiations. So they could definitely do that, and I would love to see that happen. However, Team QWERTY is gonna get eliminated on the 3rd position, so it's just 7E versus Magnus. However, Gokubot is on
Oh,
really low
jeez.
HP, but there's gonna be a Tokusaurus vehicle coming
Oh,
right onto the players of
GGs.
Magnus Esports, and there's the victory coming in for the side of 7th Element, the one we've been awaiting for a couple of days. And here again on the map of Erangel, the 3rd victory for 7th Element.
Yeah, good number of eliminations, and dealing with the final 2 players of Magnus as well. Also, Wolverine, which was kind of more of a headache for the
Yeah.
whole surviving pack of both of these teams. But GGs to Team QWERTY, Team Magnus Esports. It's a great performance, but a big GGs to Team 7 Elements to just keeping the whole composure throughout, and
Yep.
at least ending on the 2nd position overall. They haven't captured the first position, but 7th Element with this kind of performance in their first PMPL, it's always been a worth remembering moment, and I'm really enjoying the whole journey so far 7th Element has, and their fans are in making, the way these guys are playing. This is wonderful to see. Only 6 eliminations, but they have done the job. They have another chicken dinner under their belt, and we'll definitely, guys, do a detailed discussion on 7 Element performance, but after this short break. Welcome back after this short break, and you're watching PMPL Pakistan 2023. That was our final match of the league play for the week 1. But as we were discussing at the day start, Ehana, we are going to go into the Vikendi, which is top 12 teams will play in that particular match. So I'm really excited for that. And before we go into that, just give me your thoughts on 7 Element. We've been waiting for this moment, and they have just delivered what they promised.
Well, they did definitely deliver on the promise, but look at this. The MVP still goes to Shamir Boy with 6 eliminations, and that was very well done. But yes, I do love the strat coming in from the side of 7th Element when they just take a vehicle, run around in the open, and make sure that they're attracting all the fire, collecting all the info, and then just capitalize on it by the rest of the team. It's great, it's well performed, and even it's not even new anymore, and people are still getting struck by it. So it just feels like a foolproof plan so far. So yeah, very proud of 7th Element. They finally gave me what I wanted. Still waiting for that coming in from the side of XGeneration. So yeah, I'm gonna look out for them in Vikendi.
Yep, and let's see what we have for our top 12, because definitely we'll have a look on that in the overall ranking as well. But MVP, definitely the guy, just wiped the whole thing
Yep.
away, especially in terms of H2E. 3 of the guys from H2E were standing, and this guy just pushed in blindly and confirmed all 3 of those kills. So big GGs to Shamir Boy with the 855 damage, 6 eliminations. Also, 141 official JD with the 6 elimination, 525 damage. So 141 in this particular match kept themselves busy for the whole match, particularly, especially I would talk about JD with that kind of damage. And as we were, discussing different fights, we had an eye on the numbers of eliminations. Team 141 had like in the mid of the match, I believe, so in the third or fourth stage, they somewhat managed to confirm the eliminations on Team Bubblu. They wiped out the whole team. Then we have 3x Zarbaf and Miracle surviving for the team with 7 elimination in total from both of these guys. And why not just mention about Wolverine with the 3 eliminations, 513 damage, 28 minutes of survival, and very clinical, I would say, survival. Those 5 points definitely not going to change much, but the guy did his job. He survived his team to the top 3, and I hope this will really help QWERTY fortify themselves in top 12.
Well, absolutely. Let's see how the match summary looks this time. It's okay. It's very weird. We did see a lot of 7th element the last time we came to match summary, even though they weren't the one winning the chicken dinner. This time they did win the chicken dinner, but we are seeing none of them up here. 3x performed really great. We are seeing a lot of names coming in from their side. Miracle, Zarbaf, and Mom2 have all acquired a lot of positions in this match summary. While talking about Shamir Boy, he has a great standing as well. However, from the side of 7th element, Alien hasn't disappointed either. He does have a couple of spots here and there.
Yeah, 3 eliminations. So out of the 6 elimination team, 7th element was able to get for themselves. 3 of them came from Tokosaurus. So again, his performance is the key turning point for his whole squad. But talking about the particular match ranking, we have 7th element with 16 points. We have 3x with 10 eliminations in their backpack. So they were keeping themselves busy with 14 total points. 141 also with 8 eliminations, 11 points. And rest of the teams were in single digit, and also especially 8 points total aggregated by Wolverine with 3 of his elimination points and 5 placement. So that's something totally, I would say, was done by Wolverine for Team QWERTY in this particular match. But XGeneration with 6 eliminations, and all of these 6 are coming from Shamir Boy. I don't know what the rest of the XGeneration is doing, but this guy is single-handedly carrying the whole squad.
Absolutely, and not once but a lot of times. Like, out of all the ones that we have seen here, I feel like it's just once that we saw Thug perform, and the rest of the times it was just Shamir Boy solo single-handedly going in and making sure that the team still gets enough points to survive through the match. However, I do want to say that it does take a lot of support from the team as well for a player to be able to go ahead and take that many frags. So not undermining their role in the game either, but they do get picked off pretty quickly. So yeah. Okay, 52 Esports not that far behind. They do have the 9th position to themselves, but it's just 3 total points, so I don't think they have any opportunity coming into the top 12. So tata to that thought. But yeah, we will be seeing good names in the top 12, well deserving names in the top 12. We saw a lot of teams step up, and that just made me more and more excited for Vikendi to come, and I cannot wait anymore. No more.
Yeah, and the top 12 teams definitely, as you mentioned, are the most deserving ones to play the Vikendi match, because it's been difficult for any of the teams out there in PMPL Pakistan 2023 first week of the league play to just keep themselves consistent. It was hard to maintain, because even the dominators like 7th element, they couldn't keep themselves on the first spot, because it was difficult. Every now and then there's a new name popping up, and which keeps things exciting, and also it makes it difficult for the existing dominators to keep on dominating, because at the end of the day, every time there's a new surprise for you. But let's have a look at overall leaderboard. We will definitely discuss the positions of top 12, and we have top 10 on our screen with 3x with 191 points, 10-point difference with 7th element, and 7th element having a 5-point difference with Magnus Esports. So a very good close for 7th element, 3x Magnus Esports for the first week of this league play. Quantum Rage nowhere close, 30 points, almost 33 points difference for them. Regicide 130 points, fifth spot. XGeneration with 130 points, fifth spot, and then onward sixth spot. Aegon Excited couldn't go down much. They were like on sixth. Now they are on seventh spot. H2E, very good improvement. At the start of the day, they managed to get the chicken dinner for themselves. Team Pablo and Team QWERTY, somewhat they managed to creep in for that extra Vikendi match. Then we have Team Tough, the Crown is 52 Esports, 141. The 40 Devils, Team Star, Team Negatives, and Hellraisers will be missing out the opportunity to play that extra bonus point match. So let's see, after this final match, we will see the ranking of the bonus points for the first week of the league play. And moving forward next week, we will see overall bonus point ranking for the whole league play for the 2 weeks. But before that, I'm seeing it's been a lot of changes in this particular PMPL season, and seeing Star at the bottom, seeing TFT struggling like this, it's not a good sight to have.
Absolutely. Even 1for1 official had a great run last time. I don't know how they're all the way down here. 52 Esports seems to have retained their position. They were on 15th position the last season as well. They are there even right now. So kudos, at least they're not falling lower below so far. But like, yeah, the teams really have a lot of work to put in to make sure that there's even a competition going into the second week, because right now it seems like all the teams from 13th to 20th do have a lot of gap to cover between their competitors. And I mean, even to get on 12th position, it's literally 20 points for the team standing on the 13th position. That's a lot. So you do want to make sure that you're giving your best, you're coming up with the best results for your team to be able to make sure that you're even having a chance at all. Because I mean, I did see a lot of teams step up and they were doing really greatly. They were delivering some amazing performance. Specifically, H2E impressed me quite a bit. But I'm waiting for the other teams to put me in that kind of a surprise again.
Yeah, and it will be something we are always, looking for, guys. And the teams that have been trying to deliver this, we are really thankful for that amazing action that you guys have delivered, especially throughout this week. But now it's time that we just head on to a different kind of battleground. It's not, the deserts, not the rainforests. It's this time around we are going to the chilly plains of Vikendi with our top 12 contenders. And as we saw previously in the overall ranking, our top 12s are decided. Team Pablo and Team QWERTY, somewhat they managed themselves to just get into that top 12. Otherwise, there was no chances. QWERTY would have missed, that chance of playing that Vikendi. But the wait is over, guys. After a long time, we are finally going to witness Vikendi once again as a competitive map. Yana shows the excitement, and you can see with this smile on my face, I'm really excited just to want to see who drops at the winery, who would like to go to the villa. And here we go. The plane is out with our top 12 contenders, and it's match 26 for this PMPL Pakistan season, and it's Vikendi for you guys.
Well, we're going across, and it's gonna be a very southern plane path going from center west to all the way south center. So, yeah, Dino Park, Abbey, Winery, they're gonna be crowded spots, because I feel like because the teams haven't played this map as often, they wouldn't be really, picking spots that are very far. I am looking for a lot of drop clashes happening. But let's see if the teams are in favor of that. I am seeing a lot of teams take the jumps together, but they're still scattering around. So my dreams of drop clashes, I want them.
Drop clashes, definitely, I'm sure it's gonna happen, because the whole of the map, almost northeastern side, the whole north side, Port Zabawa, Koma, and Cosmodrome, these sites been the favorite drop locations for many of those teams. And I still remember NES, they dropped on the same location, Mawata, and right next to Dino Park. But seeing other teams, definitely we're gonna witness a few clashes. No one is going to the villa, which is something really surprising to me. I wanted to see at least IA to drop their premium location. Everybody would love to go for those early fights, but no one is just opting in for early fights. Everybody is looking for those extra points. But let's see. There you go, early fights. We wished, and it's been delivered. It's QR Divine versus Team Freestyles. Malik is giving hard time to the players of Team QR, but the freestyle rest of the team is also nearby. Helsky on the other side being traded, so it's Malik on one side and Black on the other side getting traded out. So it is what it is. Let's see if the full fights break in. I believe it's a 3v3 situation, and would love to see both of these teams sticking horns against each other.
Well, definitely would like to see that bullfight begin. However, the ones in the red might just be in a little more danger if we talk about bullfights, to be very honest. And QR is the one in red, so they do need to be a little more careful. However, currently it seems like they have the more advantageous position. However, FS does not seem like they want to give up on this at all. They are literally going to be very, very cautious, considering the fact that this is going to give them bonus points. Bonus points are literally going to be something that the teams are really, really eyeing on. It's a single match, and in a single match, the best position you get, the more bonus points you get, and that literally translates into being your initial points going into the grand finals. So just reminding the viewers one more time, this is one of the very, very crucial matches for the teams that actually make into the bonus point match. And again, the teams that do make into both of these are going to be really happy by their performance and are going to have a lot of upper hand going into the finals. So definitely the teams are not only going to be looking at winning this one, they're going to be looking at making sure that they're aware of how the rest of the teams are playing on this map. Probably this is going to be one of the one most viewed maps as of this tournament, because teams are definitely going to want to go back and check out where each team was, what they were doing, just to make sure they know how to fight it the next time this shows up.
Yeah, and a very good point that you just made. I am definitely sure, because it's been a long while. You don't remember what your contender used to, where your contender used to go, and this time around, just to check out what are those drop locations, its best way is to watch the stream and look for the map feed. But freestyle. There's just a standoff between both of these sides. Divine already left his team members, and he is going for the loot across the road. But talking about the way freestyle wanted to start this, I would love to see this fight happening, because this is both of these teams, they have a relatively good performance in both of these previous matches, and now if either of these teams get eliminated, it will be interesting to see how much is it left, and who's gonna eventually make it to the top three of this particular match. But R3G on the other side, very good performance, very consistent performance throughout the day. Unfortunately, last two matches they weren't that good for them, but overall it was a good day for R3G, and the big success is somewhat they managed themselves to qualify for this special match.
Well, definitely we are going to be seeing all of the teams that did qualify into this match make the best of this match. But so far, the cold start, I mean, it does reflect the weather of Vikendi, but I want to see the heat of Miramar come into this. I want to see the action of Sanhok come into this. Again, it's a tiny little map, so we are not seeing much coming in yet from the teams, even though the expectation was really, really high. But yeah, okay. All right. See, this is one of the reasons I do not drive in game. If I were driving, drop shot would have been dead. I run over my own teammates. It's just I don't have a license for in-game driving. IRL, I'm good. I can say that because you don't get to see me IRL. So yeah.
Yeah, that's again another personal opinion. I'm not sure if I have to agree with this or not. But I'll definitely, take this on your face value. But talking about the particular situation, freestyle just disengaged, which is not a good sign. As a fan, I wanted to have this thing happening. I'm not a good man, not a good guy, in that terms. I want people to just take a fight. But on the other side, we have Team XGeneration, Alpha Boy 69 on our screen, and on the other side, we have Alpha Boy 77, which is Shamil Boy. and Shamir boy has been playing so good for this particular week, and it's been helping a lot to help XG rank better in this overall ranking. Otherwise, it will be difficult for XG to maintain the consistency. But let's see how far this dynamic duo will take XGeneration. On the other side, Thug getting knocked out from Team QWERTY, but Alpha Boy 77 is there, so there's nothing to worry about. But Alpha Boy 69 has an angle, and let's see if that angle will help anyway to just take dish out some damage, especially the players of QWERTY. I'm seeing Wolverine on a very good position, but let's see if he will be able to stop that revival. But anyhow, it's Alpha Boy 77. Revival will definitely happen.
I mean, that's an essential one. They do need it. They do need it because like Shamir boy is literally carrying the whole team on his shoulders. I'm not undermining the gameplay from the other side because again, I mean, he could have died. He made sure that he gives the revival, and his teammates are gonna make sure of the same for him. So yeah, it's not like the teammates are not doing much. It's just that his gameplay is showing on the charts a lot more. But look at Roshan, the patience and the perseverance coming into this fight. He's not giving up. He knows his position is very concealed. He knows that he can make the best out of this fight. But even when the whole team has confided themselves inside the compounds, he is not giving up. He's watching all of the angles one after the other, making sure that he's able to take a good look at every single person from the side of XG. The moment they're out, they are out.
Yeah, R3G is just a big distance for XGeneration to just scan the whole area and see where is that guy who's just poking them every now and then with that AKM. It's kind of humiliating if you get a AK headshot from that long range and you get knocked out because with that 4x and AKM. It's very rare to land a headshot on this kind of an extensive distance, but North Esports and H2E, they are pretty close to the villa, and let's see if H2E is planning to push into this. But seems like every fight that is about to happen, somewhat by any divine interference, it it gets disengaged. But in the kill feed, we have XGeneration versus Team QWERTY. It's happening. XGeneration taking down two of the players from Team QWERTY, which is not a good sight for Team QWERTY. Top G is knocked out. Chief will possibly also get knocked out, but Freestyle is also pushing forward. Freestyle on the back can give a big backstab to the players of Team QWERTY. Hunter got taken out. Alpha Boy 77 is out. What is this? How is it possible? But Freestyle third partying the whole situation. Team QWERTY is left with the solo survivor, and I believe once Voltrex will revive Top G, will come for Wolverine. But Malik taking down Chief OG, and there's a possibility that he can also spot the Wolverine as well from QWERTY. But I'm feeling like Freestyle's fight will definitely go toward XGeneration rather than going toward QWERTY. QWERTY is just under the radar at this very moment. They're just not making any noise.
Well, right now it feels like we are going to be seeing both of these teams hold it back a little because they do not want to invest into a fight that early on, specifically considering that XGeneration is literally running on a man loss, and that to the main man from their team. It's definitely going to be hurtful. It's definitely going to be devastating going into the most important match of the week and then losing the most important player from your side just that quickly. And well, the same thing happens to Team QWERTY as well. They have lost Wolverine alongside one other player, and that just means that they're running on two players, out of which one is already on his knees begging for a revival. Well, yes, we are seeing great gameplay coming in from the side of these teams right now, but yes, it's still gonna be a while before we see the full-fledged skirmishes showing up on our boards.
Yeah, Top G will bleed out. Freestyle Malik with another success in his backpack. So Team QWERTY is left with their solo survivor. It's Voltrex only. Freestyle can possibly go for that fight. But look at this trick and look at this skill set that Voltrex have. It's a risky place to be, but still it's better to just stay there and deal with Freestyle aggression rather than staying in house, because this is a place where freestyle will least expect Vortex to come out from. But again, Malik is pushing forward. Team Freestyle, I've realized, is the solo survivor. Maybe 2 players surviving for Team QWERTY. On the other side, Team 7 Element, they have taken few of the knocked players as well from the side of, I believe, Freestyle. But look at this, Vortex killing himself with his own nade. What is going on? But 3x on the other side, again, Magnus Esports versus 3x, another knockdown. Zen with that clinical nade taking down 3x. 2 of the players are knocked down, so it's time for Magnus to push in and just finish the mess they have just started.
Well, definitely
Oh,
they
this
are
is
using all of their throwables coming in, and well, Zarbaf has already been on his knees
He
and
was
now
down.
all the way on the ground. Team Magnus just looking really strong in this match. They've already cleaned up the whole squad of 3x, and with 3 eliminations riding on top of the whole leaderboard as of now. But Aegon XI8 still has to show their colors. They still have to show how good they can be, specifically considering that their run hasn't been as good as everyone was expecting it to be. So yeah, I definitely want to see them go ahead and acquire really good points in the bonus match that they have been given the opportunity to be a part of. And I mean, this is where everything comes down to. This is what everything boils down to. So your performance has to be top notch coming into this match, and if it isn't, then what are you even coming into this match for?
Yeah, because again, this is a big difficulty for some of these players to just set their eyes, because it's a different kind of terrain, different kind of colors grading, especially on the battleground. So it's hard to just see from where the bullets are flying toward you. So again, every fight in itself is very unique on this map, and I would love to see, you know, those blind pushes coming in, because that's been the beauty of Vikendi overall. There are so many compounds. The reason why Vikendi was taken out of the maps, competitive maps, was the only reason because there was so much hard cover available for the teammates, team players, that it never happened that someone would have a chance of fighting, and everybody was just staying in their hard cover. There was no fight happening. It was a kind of a boring, you know, match to to watch. So that's the reason why Vikendi was taken out. But I believe so. The developers are working on this, and they will eventually come up with an idea to lessen the compounds and just make it more open, border to border kind of fight. So it would be more interesting, you know. Everyone having hard
Absolutely.
cover is not a good idea. Who will come out to fight? And it will be just blind pushes until unless blue zone would push you forward. Another issue with the Vikendi app, I feel like it's been fixed, was like 60 to 70% of the first circle used to make out in water. So it was always evident that it will be more of centralized shift on Vikendi, and everybody was just go, you know, grab the vehicles and go for the central compound. And
Makes
it was
sense.
again, you know, difficult for all of the audiences to keep it interesting for themselves. But seeing in the kill feed, Magnus Zibian taking down Aegon XI8 dead. I8 in this whole mix, they were just you know, eyeing on the players of H2V, but out of surprise they got taken out by Magnus Esports. Magnus Esports having those 3 eliminations in their backpack, they're just feeling themselves, and they have their momentum going for themselves. So it will be hard for Aegon XI8 against Team Magnus.
Well, we'll see how it goes for Aegon XI8, because so far they do have all of their men standing, but how their standing is going to look like in the overall leaderboard of this map, that's what matters the most, because it doesn't matter if you have all of your players on board as long as you're not surviving long enough, as long as you're not getting enough frags for yourselves, because that positioning matters way too much when it comes to the bonus match that we're on to right now. Vikendi again being one of the maps that is very crucial and very new for all of the teams, specifically against each other. It makes it even more difficult for people to actually be able to read what's going to happen next. It's literally like walking into Sanhok, because things are going to be pretty random coming into this map, specifically for day one when the teams first face each other. And it might just become as as tricky for the week 2 as well, if the names on the board change a little and we have like 3 to 4 new teams showing up in the top 12. That would definitely make it difficult for the ones that have been here before. But yeah, I mean, the teams definitely need to make sure that they are safe off the blue zone. because I cannot say it as often as they need me to, because you're just wasting your utility, you're wasting real estate, you're wasting your time trying to chase yourself out of the blue zone when you could actually be inside the circle taking frags and making sure that you have elimination points to yourself. But yeah, H2E currently does look like they are trying to scan out the whole area. They are pretty scattered around in this tiny, compound area where they want to make sure that every single person that they are able to see turns into a crate nonetheless.
Yeah, with 7 Element on the other side, they decided to push on the compound of XGeneration. They're getting third party from R3G as well. And Alpha Boy 69 is the solo survivor. Alpha Boy 69 throwing the nade on Tappy, and the kill got confirmed as well. So it's a 1v2 situation. Tokosaurus with his utility, he is going to deliver that utility as well to Alpha Boy 69. But so far seems like Tokosaurus can also get knocked out with the trader utility. Alpha Boy 69 will go for that revival, but as long as they're comfortable, I'm not seeing T24 OP just going to participate in this particular fight with Tokosaurus. It's happening something, which really happens in 7 Element, but 7 Element had the upper hand, which they now lost, two of their players, and it's an even Steven situation once again for them.
Absolutely. And I mean, being one of the teams that literally just got dethroned from the first position by 3x, who weren't even like on that close just a couple of days ago, it doesn't seem like the best position. You do want to make sure that people know you were there for a reason, that people know you weren't on the first position just because 3x was holding back. So you want to make sure you're able to make that claim and capitalize on it. So going ahead and taking these kind of damages to yourself just does not prove that. However, they did eliminate XGeneration. So yeah, as you said, GG's.
GG's, yes, wonderful performance in that fight, but losing two of their players like this wasn't a good idea. 7 Element could have done better than this, but I believe so. It's time where 7 Element should leave for the lobby, because it's where R3G Roshan will take down T24 OP, who is trying to heal himself up, but it's too late already. They have only one vehicle, and at the moment 7 Element Tokosaurus will try to leave, it will get conducted by either of the side, maybe from H2E or R3G. Both of these guys have an eye on each other. But look at this beautiful spray from Tarzan. It really gave some chills through the spines of the players of Team Aegon XI8. But somewhat these guys survived. Now H2E have to move into the circle. They have an open circle in front of them. QR is also eyeing on that position where Asad is moving, but it's not a good place to go. But what these guys just did, they just stopped the vehicle in the open. I guess the fuel in the vehicle is just finished. That's the reason why they had to stop it in there, and now H2E will see their demise. It will be easy pickings, low hanging fruit for Aegon XI8, and they will confirm all these kills available in the open.
Absolutely. Magnus, on the other hand, going on capitalizing more and more frag points for themselves. Quantum Rage is completely out of the boards, so that makes it just the top 7 teams surviving. Now, right to the north of Castle, there's going to be a circle that is half water, half land. So definitely going to be a much smaller one than the teams expect it to be. However, the number of players already looks a little low on the charts. It's only 21 players surviving in 7 teams, so on an average it's just 3 players per team, to be very honest, and that just does not look like the best position for the ones that do not have 3 on their charts. That just means that they're gonna lose 5 out of 7 fights. That's just a very big number to go up against. But yeah, freestylers are going to be trying to make the best of the situation. Only 2 players surviving. They've already knocked one player from the side of Reggie's side, and there's going to be another beautiful nade coming in from his side. He's making sure. Whoa, okay, that's 1v1 if I'm not wrong. And right now Faizi has a great position, trying to confirm the frags, but no, he's gonna miss out on Roshan, and Roshan makes sure that the frag goes to him with 5 elimination points. Team
Oh, GG.
Freestylers is gonna be eliminated themselves. Oh my god. R3G, what did you guys just do? Roshan against, as I was saying earlier as well, he's one of the players from the side of Regicide that is showing up really on point whenever required. However, Magnus Esports is still on the
Oh
game
my goodness.
with only 2 players now, though. I mean, in a jiffy, they literally lost half their team. So right now, Agonex I8, Regicide look like the strong ones. However, as long as Zibian has his feet on ground, it's not a day over for Magnus.
Yeah, it's not a day over for Magnus, and they will make sure that they will
Oh,
confirm the kills
Snow.
on NES. Mars is still not revived. NES Snow have the shotgun, and Team Bablu is right next doors. And there you go. The nade will do the job for NES Mars and Snow as well. The nade coming from Pikachu confirmed NES Snow, which will again ring the bells for Team Magnus Esports. Now they realize that someone else is also there, but another utility being thrown from the side of Zibian. Zibian and Pikachu formerly both were the team members, so let's see who wins in this duel. But seeing this, let's see what we got here. Magnus Zibian, he is trying his best. Shotguns with the Faster. Faster is waiting for someone to just breach into the compound. But on the other side, what we just witnessed, R3G, Freestyle Malik did all the right work. He almost knocked out 3 players from the squad, but Fazzy unfortunately couldn't do the job at the end of the day, couldn't finish the things for Freestyle. And Roshan will, manage to confirm the final kill, helping R3G to survive. R3G is still with the man advantage. On the other side, we have I8 sitting right dead center into the circle. And once everybody is done with the work, it's time for Team I8 to just go for that chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I8 is just gonna sit back and relax for a while. However, Magnus, even though they're just 2 players on the charts, they have acquired 5 frags for themselves. Like 2 were already contributed by Zen before he lost his breath. But he did make sure that the team had enough momentum to go ahead with it. Their car is gonna be stuck right behind the loot box. And oh my god, even after having shots fired at you, IQ, what were you doing? Egonex I8, that's a big blunder coming in from their side. I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting this at all.
Yeah, but now, the moment the rest of the lobby will realize Aegon X8 is hurted, they'll definitely go for, picking those players in the open, but dead with that beautiful spray, landing the headshots on Avenger, taking one more down. They have the cover of only one boulder in front of them, but rest of the R3G, they are also closing in faster, have a very good angle on the players. What a beautiful angle where he open up the scope, because that's where all of the heads are lined up. And Team Magnus Esports, with 2 of their players, can do a lot of damage to the players of Team Aegon X8. Falak switching to FPP, then switching back to PvP, because he realizes he cannot give even a pixel of his body to Faster, otherwise he will pour all those bullets through it. But R3G with 2 man surviving, it's a 2 versus 2 versus 3 situation, and Aegon X8, they are stuck in between. They cannot move forward. They have R3G waiting for them in front of them on the other side. Zipian have a wonderful angle, and Faster is the only one that keeping Aegon X8 at the bay at this very moment. Ehana.
Absolutely, but right now look at the positioning that R3G has. Once the circle starts closing in, both the other teams are gonna have to try to move in, and when they try to do that, R3G might be able to just pick off on the locations of the teams and make sure that they strategize accordingly to make their moves. However, right now the teams are just gonna sit at bay and make sure that they are not giving up as much information to any of the teams, while R3G, all they need to do is just sit still and wait for the right moment to strike when the iron is hot, as they say. So just wait for it to heat up. It's Vikendi. It'll take a little bit more time than usual, but it will. It eventually will.
Yeah, it will. The weather won't be much of the help, but here we go. Magnus Esports Faster been taken care by Aegon XI8, and now I8 is moving forward. Now they have the forward positions, but R3G is the only threat that can make things worse for I8 in this very situation. It's a 2 versus 1 versus 3, and Aegon, in their count, they are still thinking that it could be 2 teams, and now they have this peace of mind that it's only 2 players from 1 team, or maybe 2 solos surviving. But this random spray might connect. Ozam with this. Look at this. All the drop weapons. This guy is just giving chills to the guys of R3G. Just haunting them right, left, and center. But Vaz with his UMP45. He is not letting the players of Aegon X8 to push forward. There you go, first knock on I8. Uzam is staying at the back, just being that support for Dead. But there you go, Dead will push in, and this is where things can go worse for Dead. Reload. The guy will push in.
Distraction.
But look at this. Roshan is there. Roshan can clutch things out for his team, but it is that deadly LPG in the hands of Uzam, and you cannot stand in front of that kind of ammo speed, that kind of gun speed. But GG's to Aegon X8 after this chicken dinner. They'll definitely improve some of their standings, but how much improvement has happened? What are the bonus point standings overall for these teams for the week one? We'll definitely look into this, guys. But before that, good performance. Overall rank 5th position, 9 elimination, total 19 points. This bonus match will really help Team Aegon to get extra 2 to 3 bonus point for themselves. But guys, we'll discuss this in detail after this short break.
क्या बात है बच्चों, दिल जीतने वाली गेम खेल गए।
तो आंटी आपके साथ भी एक स्क्वाड अप हो जाए?
हाँ आ जाओ।
इस रमजान अपने स्क्वाड की गेम से बनो किसी की भलाई का मजबूत जरिया और खेलो सिर्फ दिल जीतने के लिए।
Welcome back, guys, and we are back after this short break. Make sure to spread the kindness and win the hearts with PUBG Mobile. PMPL Pakistan, week one of the league plays. We just witnessed the final match, the bonus match, I would also say. Vikendi with top 12 teams contesting for that the final few points so they can improve their overall ranking and eventually get better bonus points. So, Yana, with that win, I believe Aegon X8 have placed themselves in top 5.
Absolutely, but there's the MVP of the day, the one with the most impact coming in from the side of Aegon X8. It's gonna be Blade with 5 eliminations, and I mean, the total eliminations for the team was 9. This is more than half the weight being carried by Blade alone. Impressive, impressive.
It was, and the final push from Blade was something you cannot justify in the books, but he did it anyhow, and the situation went to 1 versus 1. But the peace of mind that Uzam had was he somewhat knew where the position for the final R3G player was, so it was easy for him to just pinpoint in that final moment. But PMPL Pakistan 2023 top players for the final match on your screen, guys. It's Blade, then Roshan with the 4 eliminations. Then we have Faster, Malik, and Uzam. So 2 of the players from I8 getting featured in this particular graphic, and also Faster with 4 eliminations. So he kept I8 behind that border for quite a while, but what a single player can do in this very situation where Blue Zone is also pushing you out of that cover. But let's have a look at the match summary for this Vikendi. We have I8 Blade with highest elimination, highest damage goes to Roshan with 884. Then we have Blade and Falak from I8 as well with highest healing done. So Falak been having a tough time on that chilly battlefield. Otherwise he wouldn't be using this much of healing. But moving forward, it was a slow-paced match. I would say only 12 teams were there. We witnessed few of the teams getting eliminated early on, but rest of the 10 teams, it was so much space available for them. So we had to wait for the skirmishes to break in for quite some time. But it was a fun thing to watch. And after a long time, we saw these guys in action on Vikendi.
Well, it was a very impressive match nonetheless, because even I don't know how the day has been until right now, until yesterday actually, we were able to guess which team is gonna win. We were able to predict which team is gonna win once we saw the last 4s remaining. But today has been very different, very difficult so as to make that possible. But yes, here it is, the standings of every single team. There's 19 points for Aegon X8 alongside that freshly served chicken dinner. and Regicide right there following them with 13, while Magnus Esports
GG's.
not that far away with 12 points for themselves.
Yeah, 12 points for themselves. Then we have Freestyle with 6. We have 7th Element with 4. Bablu with 6. Moving to the second page, we have Quantum Rage, Team H2E, Team QWERTY, and 3X.
Wait,
it's a
what?
single-digit performance for all of these guys. But 3X not confirming any points. Well, I guess it won't jeopardize their first position. But overall, it will closing up the lead for 7th Element. But rest much of change we are not expecting. There is a possibility after the performance of Magnus Esports, we might see Magnus Esports come into the second point, but overall leaderboard will just make things easy for us to understand. But let's go for the overall ranking, guys. We have our top 16 contenders, or whatever the overall is, in front of us, with 3X still on top. Oh my god, Magnus Esports just missing with only 3 points, just 3 more points, and they could have done it, replacing themselves with their position with the first position. But 7th Element, very good finish overall. We weren't expecting them even in top 3, but they have just separated themselves from rest of the competition. Look at the difference between the numbers for 7th Element and Quantum Rage. Is 39 points difference, which is a huge difference in terms of this kind of point structure. But Aegon Excite with 146 points on 5th spot, definitely will collect some extra bonus points. Regicide, great improvement overall, 143 points. Then we have XGeneration with 133, couldn't do much in this particular game. Then H2E, North Esports, Freestyle. Then moving forward, we have no major changes with QWERTY and Team Bablu. It's been just a shift of position. Otherwise, the rest is same. Tough, the Grounders, 52 Esports, 1-4 Official, the Faulty Devils, teams.The, Team Negatives, Hellraisers. So the rest of the ranking is in front of you guys. So on one end, we have teams which managed to get 180 plus 191 points overall in this 20 match series for this week. And then we have Hellraisers, who managed to get only 50 points in 20 matches, which is roughly an average of 2.5 per match. So I wish them best of luck for the coming week. I wish them to see with an improvised and improved strategy. But let's see what we have on our bonus points. 3X with 20, the maximum bonus points. Then we have Magnus, 7th Element, Quantum Rage, Aegon Excite, Regicide, XGeneration, H2E. Then we have North Esports, Freestyle, and rest of the teams, as we saw in the overall leaderboard, will have the bonus points in the descending order as well. So on the 11th spot, there will be 10 bonus points, and on the 20th spot, it will be only 1 bonus point for Hellraisers.
Yeah, so basically, whatever the position your team is at, subtract that from 21. You get the bonus points. That's how it works, guys. The total has to be 21. It's literally the times table of 9. Okay, never mind. Moving forward, the total points right now do look the exact replica of the week 1 bonus points, because that's all that we have yet. But next week, we are going to have another series of bonus points coming in for these teams. We do expect to see the teams all the way from 13 to 20, some of them make their way back into the top 12 so that they can actually participate in the match and acquire themselves some initial points at least. And then we will see the league bonus points for every team at the end of both the weeks of the league, and then we will know exactly how many extra points a team is going to be walking into the finals with.
Finals, yes.
This is so hyping. I'm excited.
That's the important question. We have to wait for 1 more week to have our total bonus points, and seeing which of these teams will have a great head start for themselves for the finale. But let's have a look at the elimination leader after the whole week. We have Miracle on the first spot with 38. We have Zibeon with 34. We have Senior, the guy who just jumped into the overall ranking yesterday, with 34 points. Then we have Kaido with 34. And then we have R3G Noki with 32 points. This time around, we're not seeing Blade. We're not seeing Uzum or maybe Falak. But it's been a great change, and I'm really loving this change, especially seeing Miracle up here. It's been a while. We have seen a new face up there, but Zibeon This guy has been popping up in the top fraggers every now and then. Then we have Cairo with 34, Noki also on 5th spot with 32 elimination points. So the guys are just going for that $1,000 extra prize for themselves individually, which it could be a life-changing prize pool for them in some cases. Who knows? It could be your next planned trip. But guys, let's keep you reminded with one more thing. If you want to stay connected with us with everything that's happening on PMPL Pakistan 2023, just make sure to follow PMPL on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. The handles are displayed right at the bottom. And also make sure if you have any feedback for us, do share it with us on our socials. And with that, I believe so. Anna, any final messages for this week?
Well, I have been more than thrilled to see every single match that came in this week. I am looking for something even better in the next one. And I am not going to be sticking to the same names anymore. I'm going to go back, take the 2 days that we have free, and just review all of these matches and find out some new teams that I can look out for. Because again, I am being surprised constantly. And I feel like this is exactly what comes forth when you celebrate like that.
Yes, and with that, guys, we'll definitely end our PMPL Pakistan Week 1 for you. For League Plays, this was your host, Caster Essen, alongside me. I had pleasure to having Ehana Aiden, and see you guys next week, and possibly on the same channel, same day, same time, not the same day. So see you guys on Tuesday. Take care of yourself. Have a happy Ramadan.
पहले ही कस्टमर्स नहीं आ रहे थे और आगे रमजान में तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं आएंगे। तुम सारा टाइम अपने दोस्तों के साथ आवारागर्दी में गुजार देते हो। इस तरह तो गुजारा हो ही नहीं सकता। खबरदार फोन को हाथ लगाया। वो आ गए होंगे तुम्हारे आवारा दोस्त।
क्या सीन है ब्रो, चला चले।
नहीं यार, आज गेम नहीं खेल सकता।
अहमद
आ रहा हूँ मम्मी।
बढ़ाने से, साथ निभाने से, उम्मीद बांटने से खुशियाँ घटती नहीं बस बढ़ती है। वही देता है वही सुनता है जब भी दोगे तुम सदा। हाथ जो मिलते हैं रास्ते निकलते हैं, खुशियों में बदलते हैं। रौनक हर चेहरे पे खुद ही आ जाती है। वही देता है वही सुनता है जब भी दोगे तुम सदा।
क्या बात है बच्चों, दिल जीतने वाली गेम खेल गए।
तो आंटी आपके साथ भी एक स्क्वाड अप हो जाए।
हाँ आ जाओ।
इस रमजान अपने स्क्वाड की गेम से बनो किसी की भलाई का मजबूत जरिया और खेलो सिर्फ दिल जीतने के लिए।